Hello? James is looking different. Hey, what's up, guys? Dude, I think today's going to be so insane, by the way. I think this is, like, such a good idea. So, a little bit of a spoiler, I guess. We have Tettles on today. That's not a spoiler, but... Bro, this was Tettles' idea. We were actually going to do something different. And I don't think a lot of you guys will actually know... If you don't, like, watch sports or play fantasy sports... You might not know the concept we're talking about, but it's really, really fucking good for content. It's like... Okay, so basically here's the deal. So you guys know, going into a new season, there are always 4 dungeons right now that they bring back from a previous expansion. Right? It's happened this whole expansion, and it's happening in Season 1 of The War Within. What we're doing is each one of us are drafting... our 4 dungeons we would like to bring back. Obviously, we're doing a snake draft, yeah. So, and then at the end, you guys will vote on who's the best. So you can, like, pick each other's. I'll go over the parameters in a bit, but it's a fucking insane idea. I think it's going to be insanely good content. It's very similar to the vibes of the top 10s we've done the last few weekends, except a snake draft makes it significantly more interesting. Yeah, so like you can't pick a dungeon that they've already brought back. We set some other parameters to make it interesting too. So there are categories. You have to have 1 dungeon from Mop or Kata. You have to have 1 dungeon from Legion or WoD. And then that's it. And it just can't be a dungeon that's been brought back already. Rip Growl. Growl was gonna come today. He couldn't. He was busy. Is it real Tettles or that classic streamer who was Tettles with Riz? Yeah. What is it? I don't know what sports are, but it sounds like a Magic the Gathering draft. Well, I mean, there are different... Yeah, I mean, you guys have maybe done snake drafts before. God, this is going to be so fun. What is it? Lol, Tettles was just talking about this on stream today. Oh, interesting. Well, when was it? Was it like earlier this morning? Because I told Tettles he was doing this like an hour ago. But yeah, he's the one who came up with the idea. So we told him we were doing this, and then 30 minutes later, he's like, what if we do a snake draft? So maybe him talking about it on stream is what made him bring it up. Either way, fucking brilliant idea. So I listen to a few podcasts that do this. So I listen to a film podcast, and what they'll do is they'll do a snake draft like this, and it'll be like a 2016 movie draft. And like you can pick from all of the movies from 2016. You have to have 1 comedy, 1 drama, 1 thriller, whatever. And then at the end you like see who has the best. And it's kind of fun. You're kind of picking against your other creators, and like if you know that one of them really likes a certain dungeon, maybe you'll pick that in their face. So sometimes you'll get mad that like people will like take a pick you were just about to do. By having the different categories from dungeons from each expansion, it changes the way you have to think about the draft. Like, for example, if you have to pick from Kata and Mop, and you're pretty sure that one dungeon, there's only like, let's just say you maybe think there's only like 2 really banger dungeons they could bring back from Mop or Kata. You might want to spend an early pick on that, right? Because what happens if you save your Mop Kata pick till last? Everyone else picks one, and then you're stuck picking some like absolute slop. You know? Oh, I do have some other kind of interesting news. Well, it's not like news, but I went shopping today because I'm going to Shroud's birthday tomorrow, and I needed to get like an outfit for it. It's Fallout themed, and I was advised by someone else who's going that like an easy costume is like going as like a 50s casino gambler looking guy like from New Vegas. So I just went out and got like a suit. But I had to try on the suit, made sure it fit and stuff. And I told you guys I lost a lot of weight. And I've been mainly wearing athletic clothes for like the last couple months. And I haven't had to wear like some actually properly fit pants and shit. But I'm down 2 pant sizes this year alone. So I used to wear, probably at the end of last year, I was wearing a 34 waist. And today, the first pair of pants I picked out were a 33. And they were like so loose that they were falling down. So I had to go all the way down to a 32. And even the 32s were like loose-ish. I always have to wear like a waist size bigger than my actual waist because I have a huge ass. Like I have hockey butt. So I like, if I get the one that fits my waist well, it will just like not fit my ass, you know? Yeah, gee. But yeah, so that was cool. That was like a nice little confidence booster. I was like, God damn. Hockey jeans are a thing? No shot. Googling hockey jeans. Men's stretch hockey jeans for the larger hockey ass. That's the first link. That's a real thing. Damn, I should maybe get that. Give us an update on Doggo. Yeah, sure. I'll just go live. I mean, fucking why not? We're just out here doing it, right? Hello. Why am I up here? That's frustrating. Going back down to the bottom. Hello. It's me. Ella's doing good. She's a dog. And she has a cone. You can see her in the back here. Little cone dog. Cone. She doesn't like the cone. But she's cool. And she likes cones. So, or doesn't, she likes cones in general, but not her cone. So yeah, I tweeted it on I tweeted it earlier. Here. I have, she hates being a cone dog, but she's feeling a lot better and wants to show you her whale. So yesterday I didn't stream, and just because I was with her, like the first morning after she got back from the surgeon, she was like a little nauseous, so she threw up a few times. She wasn't really eating. So I just like spent the whole day with her trying to make her feel better, and it was so good. Like near the end of the day, she started getting a little bit more energy back. She started eating, and then she had an entire meal. She had an entire meal twice. She ate again this morning, and like 30 minutes ago she pooped, which is excellent, because dogs that have had like intestinal surgery and had that stuff taken out, and they had like things that were blocking it, it can take like up to 5 days for them to poop again. So her pooping means that she is digesting food, she is eating, and everything in there is like working correctly, and there's no like complications. So, very very hype poop earlier. We were all getting rowdy in the yard. All the other dogs were fucking hyped up. Yeah, so that was good. And this is her. So I mean, if you guys have ever seen Ella on stream, you'll know that like one of her favorite things to do is like when she's in a good mood is she picks up toys and just shows them to you and just like shakes it and like fucking just wags her tail crazy. She just wants you to see that she has it. So she was doing that earlier, and I thought that she wanted you all to see her whale. So that's not a turtle, chat. You maybe can't tell because she like is currently holding the part where the shell would be, but there's like no shell. It's some kind of a whale. Yeah, it's oh, crazy YouTube chat just now. Oh, when she poops in the yard, it's hype, but when I do it, I get put on a list. Dude, I've peed in my yard. I told you guys that, I think. I taught Reptar how to pee outside. He wasn't getting it. I was like bringing him outside. I knew he had to pee. And he's just like fucking looking at me, and I just fucking peed right in front of him. And he just like, he looked at me for a second, like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh, all right. And then he did it. He's been potty trained ever since. You know what I should have done? I should have done it with my leg up, which would have been even more ridiculous. But he lives with 2 girl dogs, so he gets stanced up when he pees. He doesn't like lift the leg like boy dogs do, so he pees on his front paws sometimes, which is kind of annoying. So I should have taught him the leg thing. How do you teach your dog the leg thing? It's just when they're peeing, do you just walk up to them and pick their leg up? I feel like they would be so fucking confused. Like, bro, why are you doing that? How do they learn to do that? Do they have to see... Do they have to see another boy dog do it? What is it? My dog gets into a full lunge. Yeah, dude, watching Reptar pee is so funny. He stretches out so long to just pee directly onto the ground. It's so fucking funny. And then he looks at you too, because like, I don't know why, like ever since I taught him, he's always looking for like approval. He's like, am I doing the right thing? So like he just gets stanced the fuck up, like full extension, and then just stares at you. It's so fucking funny. That's not why they look? Oh, why do they look? You know the WoW category is dead when you've been waiting for Max to get online all day. What? What does that mean? Okay. It's because they trust you. It's when they're vulnerable, so they look to you for safety. They feel vulnerable when they poop and pee, so they look at you to look out for danger. Bro, there's nothing dangerous in my yard. Bro, stop reminding me it's my anniversary. I don't care. It's not even an anniversary. Bro, I'm not reminding you of anything. Oh, you mean Twitch. Yeah, why does Twitch remind you when it's your month anniversary? That's a little scammy. Like, a month is not an anniversary. Like, dude, if you're in a relationship and your partner early on in your relationship starts celebrating like your 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 month anniversary, that's a warning sign. Like, that's not good, you know? But Twitch probably just does that because really they're just reminding you to sub or to like put it in chat, I guess. Doing my part for that 15K? Thank you. Yeah. I will say, do you guys know that the other day when I said like, yo guys, I might be taking some questionable sponsor streams because I need to make back this money? Just know that I was actually given the option to, and I didn't. I was given the option to play like the open beta of this game And then I had to make like a 5 to 7 minute dedicated YouTube video about it for like 10K or something like that. And it was a game that had like play to earn features. Like every time these games have this, they'll mention like, you don't have to actually talk about that part because they want to actually still have people advertise it. But like, it was play to earn. And I thought about it, chat, but like at the end I was just like, there's no fucking way. There's no amount of money that would make sense for someone who like knows and respects me to see me promoting a fucking NFT game. There's no way. WoW content on Twitch is pretty dead until Max and the other degens get on. Okay. Hold on a fucking second. So what do you mean by degen? I'm not a fucking degen. And who are the other degens? God, today's going to be so fun. So today I don't need to come up with my own list. Plus, I don't even really want to like prepare for this content because I don't want them stealing my... I don't want them to know what dungeons I really want to pick. Because like if I sit on here in 30 minutes and I'm like, all right, the like Kata and Mop dungeon, there's only a few really good ones and I really like these. Because then if they pick in front of me, they know to like... to counter pick that, you know? So like I can't even wait, let's see. Let me check. How do you check if someone's in your chat? Do you like at and then their name maybe shows it at okay. At Dork, at Tettles. Tettles in my chat. At Tettles. It fucking works. Yep, he even just waved. Wait, someone permanently banned him. Frank permanently banned him. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, but I do kind of want to look. So here are the rules, right? So let me open up the NodeP. All right, here's the rules. Draft rules. Each drafter will select 4 dungeons in snake draft order. Okay? In parentheses, order will be determined by roll. Okay. Must select 1 dungeon from Kata/Mop. Must select 1 dungeon from WoD/Legion. Must select, or sorry, cannot select any dungeon that has been brought back already. What is it? Ew, old X-Backs? Well, so what Blizzard does, for example, is like in like a new season. So not the current season, but like, you know, last season and the season before, in season 1, they have like 4 Dragonflight dungeons and then 4 other dungeons. Or last season, they have the Mega Dungeon and 6 old dungeons or whatever, right? So this is what they do in the game. So bringing back old dungeons is something they're going to do. Also, if we didn't have these rules, you'd probably just have everyone be selecting like a BFA and Shadowlands and Legion dungeons, and I think that's kind of boring. So I think this is fine. So the idea is we're each going to come up with like, okay, the War Within Season 2 comes out. There's 4 of the War Within dungeons, and there's 4 other dungeons. And then you guys are going to vote on, like, who has the best set of dungeons. It's going to be hard, too, because, like, there are not too many great ones that they haven't brought back already. Do you get bonus points for theme? You guys can do that in your head. You guys will be the ones voting, right? Bring back some classic through Wrath dungeons. I think for now we're going to leave that out, because I think that's really complicated. Like, you know how like it's kind of like a huge overhaul for them to bring back even like Kata dungeons? Like, dude, it would be like twice as hard to do anything from Wrath and before that. Like, you're talking totally different game, completely different like graphics engine for the dungeon design. They'd have to like completely remake it. What is it? Max, thoughts on all dungeons being available in Mythic Plus all the time and score just taken from the top 8 scores? Feels like would be more exciting when you get a good key and add more variety. Well, there's a few problems for that. So if you guys think that it's a problem that they, with Mythic Plus tuning with just 8 dungeons, imagine them having to tune like 100 dungeons. That being said, if they, let's just say for the sake of argument that all 100 dungeons were tuned relatively as well as they tune like a normal Mythic Plus season, right? Which is okay, right? Some good, some bad, stuff like that. It would be interesting to see what dungeons people try to do. Also, like the key re-rolling system would have to be totally different. You'd have to be able to just straight up select the key you want to run, just right off the bat. There would be no randomly rolling a key, right? It would be just getting the key that you'd be able to choose a key, and then like seeing what keys people choose, and the top 8 being your Raider IO. There'd probably be like 4 to 5 like very obvious ones that people do for score because they're easy, and then like I bet there would be like different opinions on what dungeons people want to run after that. I actually think that would be super interesting, and a ton of content, but also would never happen. And also, the caveat to start all of this was, let's imagine that every single dungeon in the game was brought back and tuned relatively well, which is like, that would take fucking years of only doing that. They'd have to rework like every single old dungeon, you know? Okay, so let's take a look. So I think, so Shadowlands and BFA are both, okay, are Shadowlands and BFA both, oh, I guess, so let's also be clear, I guess, so that also means that mega dungeons are able to be selected, like sides of mega dungeons. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, also, should people have, we need to give people, they need to put people on a clock to make their pick, because you will have time to think. How long do you think is a fair amount of time for someone to be on the clock and have time to like look at their 30 seconds? I think it's going to be like a minute or 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes is, guys, there's a lot of dungeons to pick from. And if you have one in mind and then like 2 people steal your picks, like you're going to have to like, I think 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes is fine per selection once we start. Oh, also, how are we going to actually do this? This is probably Notepad angle. I think Notepad is going to be the easiest way to do this. Unless, again, one of my viewers wants to make a like spreadsheet version of this with... But that would seem like it would kind of take... Actually, isn't that spreadsheet kind of already made? Because we did one for, like, all of the dungeons, I think. And shouldn't that just... Here, let me pull it up. So, we had top 10 worst dungeons, right? Shouldn't this include... Oh, no. So, this is only going to include dungeons that have been a thing. But we would need to have this altered to be... every dungeon from Cataclysm through Shadowlands, not Dragonflight. Every dungeon from Cataclysm through Shadowlands that has not been brought back so far in Dragonflight and will not be being brought back in the War Within Season 1. You're fixing it up? Hang on. Okay, perfect. If you can do that, that would be perfect. Also, each person is only going to be able to select 4. So it's going to be 16 total selections. You're working on the list right now. Sit tight. Perfect. Thank you. Max, reminder that there was a season with every mega dungeon. That's fine. Okay, I mean, I can just clarify it. I want to clarify that mega dungeons are fair game. They were brought back in Season 4 Shadowlands. But that was kind of before Dragonflight, so it counts. Alright, let me make sure I get all the rules right. So each draft will select 4 dungeons in Snake Draft order to be determined by roll. Must select 1 dungeon from Cat and Mob. Must select 1 dungeon from Wand Legion. Cannot select any dungeon that has already been brought back already, except Season 4 Slans Mega Dungeons. Okay. Cannot select Dragonflight dungeons. Dratnos says his favorite mega dungeon is Blackrock Depths. You can choose between Blackrock Depths lowest, Blackrock Depths lower, Blackrock Depths middle, Blackrock Depths upper, and Blackrock Depths uppest. There are 5 different versions of that mega dungeon. Put the timer in the rules. Sure. 2 minutes to make selection. Lower goes crazy. Yeah, I have some ideas for stuff I'd want to choose for sure. I kind of need to make a list on my other monitor and just start thinking of some dungeons I think are good. I should probably do that for the next few minutes. What is it? Holy crap, do I need to add vanilla dungeons? No. Oh, I said cannot select Dragonflight dungeons. Cannot select classic through Wrath. We're still leaving that off. Just because they haven't given precedent that you can select things from that. Do you get to ban a dungeon each too? That's not really how that works now. Max, they could use a key system where if you finish a dungeon 15 times on a +5 at a +3 timer, that dungeon is unlocked forever at +5. Oh, for like a current keys? I mean, there's a million different ideas for like how you could optimize the current key system. But that does sound not bad. Like, everyone talks about being able to pick keys, but like if you've actually just done a key in a season, any key at any key level. So let's just say a 5th. What's the easiest key to run this season? Like, what's the key you go down to like try to +3? Azure Vault. Okay, so let's say you've done a 16 Azure Vault 15 times in a season. Like, you now can just zone into Azure Vault, and like on the keystone you can just like start it. And at the end, it'll just give everyone in the party a plus whatever you get of that. It'd be a way to, like, minimize the amount of homework effort you have to do. Because you can do the key once and get 5 results from it. If you want to. Like, the person can opt in. Like, at the end, you can be like, do you want to get a +3 version of this to replace your key? Alright, Max, I think I have the right options set up based on those criteria. Okay, let's see. Okay, this. And then we make a copy. Okay. Black Rock Caverns. What the fuck is that? Is that a Cataclysm dungeon? It is. What the fuck? Bro, I have literally no memory of this. Maybe if I saw... What? These old dungeons are always bad? I think the most overrated dungeon set of all time is Mop Dungeons. I think Mop Dungeons are fucking so bad. But they were just remembered fondly because challenge modes were new and cool. There's so many bad dungeons in Mop. Could say the same about Kata. Yummy TV crash. Yummy, why are you here? Didn't you say you couldn't do this? The fuck? Caught. God, I love the caught emote. It's so good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna need to make my own little notepad here. Just like some thoughts from each dungeon, or thoughts from each. I can't show this because I have some of the drafters watching my stream, and I can't let them know my truest intentions. I'm sure they'll be able to guess some of them, but I need to make like a little ranking in my head here, so this is easier for me when I come on the clock. Ooh, are Zulaman and Zul'Gurub available? It's interesting. I think we should probably ban these. The reason why is they were technically dungeons in Kata, but I don't think they would ever bring them back as Mythic Plus dungeons without splitting them, because they're way bigger than a regular dungeon. So they were intended to be, they were like kind of the original Mega Dungeon. So then you'd have to make an argument of splitting it, and then you'd have to choose each side, because like there's no way anyone would actually select a 6 boss dungeon, a 7 boss dungeon, right? I think these two specifically should be... Well, I mean, I guess someone could choose to pick them, but I think that would just be an awful, awful, awful decision. No, I mean, just fucking leave them. If someone wants to put them in there, they can, but I think there's a good chance that would be like an instant loss. So why even ban them? You can just leave it as a trap for someone to do. All right, I'm just making some notes, guys. Why did Kata have so many dungeons? Holy. True, they did. A lot of them got added later, though. So, like, when the expansion first came out, there was no Hour of Twilight, no End Time, no Well of Eternity, no Zulaman and Zul'Gurub. These were all added in later patches. There might even be more than that. Wait, was Well of Eternity added later? No, Well of Eternity was there. So it's just Zulaman, Zul'Gurub, End Time, and Hour of Twilight, I think, were new. So 4 of these less. It would have been like a pretty normal dungeon set. It would be the same amount as Mop, right? Or 1 less than Mop. Oh, well was added later? Okay, you're right. So, exact same amount as Mop, actually, until the last patch added a few. Because, like, that's something they did from Wrath. Like, Wrath, they added dungeons throughout, and they added a few at the end. They added Trial of the Champion with that raid. They added Halls of Reflection and Pit of Saron with ICC. Like, it was kind of Kata where they stopped releasing dungeons mid-expansion that was themed based on the content. Which, like, quick little shout-out. Maybe bring that back. Like, I guess, like, the last time they really did that was Legion. Right? Like, they did Cathedral of Eternal Night with one of those raids, and they did Seat of the Triumvirate with one of those raids. Maybe they stopped doing it because of the reception to both of these dungeons, but I think that was just due to the time. I think if you were to come out with Cathedral in the middle of an expansion right now, it'd be a huge banger. They just did it in Dragonflight? Did they? Oh, you're talking about Mega Dungeons. Yeah, no, not that. Yeah, that's totally different thing. They used to just come up with, like, they used to create, like, regular dungeons each patch for a while. I just think that would work well. Why doesn't it count, though? I mean, it's just different. Mega Dungeons are way different than what I'm suggesting. But I also don't think Mega Dungeons are bad. I think they should keep making Mega Dungeons. Cool. Mega Dungeons, great. I also think that Mega Dungeons are usually something that comes out in, like, the middle of a patch. It's not like the content for a patch. It, like, comes out in the middle. Like a 0.1.5 patch or whatever. And then it's, like, Mythic Plus in the next season after. I just mean, like, whenever we get a 11.1 and 11.2... and 11.3. I just think each one of those should come with a standalone dungeon that is thematic to the patch. I just think it would be cool. I think it'd be nice. It would also lower the amount of total Mythic Plus dungeons they need to bring back, because there would always be, like, 4 of the dungeons expansions, plus, like, it would actually be 5, because there would just be the new dungeon that season, too. Okay. So I made my Mop and Kata list of dungeons I like. So now let me check my WoD and Legion ones. They've already done a lot of the really good WoD ones. WoD is definitely super tapped. Max, are you going to be streaming the Elden Ring DLC? Yeah, probably. When does it come out? Actually, I don't know. I think streaming, if you care about stream content, I think streaming the Elden Ring DLC when it comes out is not usually the best idea. Because, like, a lot of people don't want to watch it. They're going to do it themselves. Like, for example, I did Elden Ring DLC, or I did Elden Ring initially a month late because it came out during the Race to World First, Sepulcher. And then, like, you get a lot more viewers after because people are done and they want to watch other people do it, right? That being said, that does have a major negative connotation with it. Once you play it a month later and you just play it natty, there's, like, everyone's already talked about, like, what are the OP builds? What are the weapons? What's the right thing to do? So you get hella backseaters. That's the only problem. And especially the Souls community, love those games. Turbo insufferable community when it comes to, like, backseating and complaining about everything. So, like, you would get a ton of backseating a month in. But if you did it right away, you'd get, like, no backseating because just no one knows what the fuck's going on. So, yeah. I don't know, actually. It's a really good question. But, like, I'm not, like, just as a person, I'm not going to want to wait a month to play Elden Ring DLC. Like, that sounds like something really fucking fun I would want to do, like, right away. I wouldn't want to just, like, delay it for content. What is it? Every stream I follow, they get backseated. Bro, Souls... I've talked about this before, but the Souls community, people who, like, tune in to watch people do a fresh Souls clear... Those people are low-key the worst. I've experienced it in like 3 different Souls games now. And I played a ton of Souls games. I probably have 500 hours in different Souls games, PvPing and all kinds of shit. Love those games. Have played every single one of them. But like, dude, every time you like do a playthrough on stream for your first time, it's like, if you don't wipe long enough for a boss for some of these people's expected entertainment, they just start coping, and it's so weird. Like, no one's asking for it, but they're like, well, the reason you killed it that fast was because your build's OP. And, your armor's pretty good. And I mean, like, you know, maybe you farmed. Yeah, you farmed a gig of strong weapon there. And, like, when you boil it all down, it's like, yeah, well, could you have done it no hit? Probably didn't do that. So, like, you know, kind of easy. It's like, dude, just fucking, can you just enjoy anything? Just what are you fucking, yeah. Okay. Alright, now I gotta take a peek at the rest of these, sets here and see, what I want. I only have a few minutes until this starts, so. Max, so I had made an app over this week for the top 10 streams you've been doing, but it doesn't work for Snake Draft, and now I have to recontemplate my whole life. No, we're going to still do top 10s. We were going to do a top 10 today. I was going to get Mirez on, and it was going to be me, Mirez, Dratnos, and one more. I didn't really know who to get for this. I wanted it to be someone healer-centric, but also like they needed to have broad perspective and play a lot of stuff. But the idea was going to be the top 10 best designed classes in World of Warcraft, right? So like I am someone who like not super biased towards too many classes, understand most of them, but I have some blind spots there. Dratnos, same thing, kind of keeps up with everything. Mirez literally plays every class in the game. And then like the idea would be to just like kind of try to objectively talk about and rank the classes that just like have it the best. And I think that would make just for some interesting content. Every list would be slightly biased in their own way, obviously, but that makes sense. I would probably focus more on melee. It's what I play more. But yeah, I think something like that would just provoke really, really interesting conversation. But that would be we're going to do that. Mirez wasn't available. He's going on vacation and he can't stay up too late tonight, so we pivoted. Is it in before Max claims DK? Oh, we're not talking about classes. It's definitely specs. You have to choose specific specs and argue your point. Okay, so I need to, guys, I have like fucking 4 minutes. Although I say that like you guys are the one holding me back, but like I'm the one who keeps interrupting myself doing this to talk about whatever. So let me just take a look at BFA real quick. Okay. And then I guess that's it. Okay. Max, how's the injury recovery going? Wishing you well. Very, very good. I had an excellent skate the other night. I was so confident about my skate the other night that I messaged one of my team captains, which actually they have a game tonight, and I was like, yo, I'll be there on Saturday. And then the next day I walked it back and I was like, okay, I actually kind of want to be there, but it's probably not smart. So I like got super hype and I was so close to saying I'm gonna play again, but then I also like really don't want to come back too early from an ankle injury. That's like usually a really, really fucking bad idea if you can handle it. I just like I want to play so bad. So I thought of it more, and decided not to. But I'm still gonna show up and hang out with the guys later. The person who reworked Survival and Legion doesn't work at Blizzard anymore. That type insanely random comment. I fuck with that hard. Okay. Just double checking everything here. in response to Dogvaz. Oh, shit. Dude, you guys need to respond. This is so funny. This is like the I hate Asmon bit from the other day. Where someone, like, made some comment like that, and it sounded just like so much random flame, but it totally made sense when replying, but they didn't hit the reply key, so it just sounded like they brought that up for no reason. Okay. I think I'm ready, dude. The question is, should I spend an early pick on Kata and Mop? Because these are the rules. Right? Of our lists, everyone has to have one dungeon from Kata and Mop, has to have one dungeon from Modern Legion, and then after that, you can bring back any dungeons except Dragonflight or Classic Through Wrath dungeons. And they obviously cannot have been brought back already. The question is, like, because your list has to include one from these, that's the criteria. I wonder if you spend an early selection on this if you feel like it's limited in options. I think the strategy that each of us go for will be really interesting. Because if you do that, too, if you go for that early, then, like, someone could get a couple of, like, BFA bangers or something, and then, like, you're stuck with some... It's going to be hard, man. It's interesting, the strat you go for. Okay. I think it's time to call it up. I think it is time to call it up. And what I need to do is... I need to make sure my... stream looks good, so we have chat in the top right. We need like a so I guess just like an extra tab and just do like a timer, like a Google timer set to 2 minutes. Right? Can you just alter this? Oh yeah, it's probably just like that. Yeah. Put that here. Okay, we'll have that at the bottom once people start. The new app has dedicated spaces for facecam and chat. Dude, you're a fucking beast. What the hell? Oh, also, because we may make this more interesting in the future, let's just specify now no trades. I think it is kind of interesting in the future. You can have a trade stipulation. You can, like, make one trade per draft before the end of it. I think for now, it's a little complicated. We'll probably just skip that. Okay. First, before we start, would you guys like to say hi to Cone Dog? She has had a rough week. But she is wagging. She's wagging her tail. She's happy. She wants to come by and say hi to all the people. Because she's a sweet girl. And she's so sweet. And she has a cone. Hi, Cone Dog. Yeah. Hi. Hi, Ella. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, do you need a bed? I might need to go get a bed for her real quick. She just got done having surgery. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab her a bed so she has somewhere to lay down. All right. One more thing. I need a snake draft randomizer. Fantasy sports random draft order generator. Sure. Doesn't matter. Dungeons. Number of teams in the league. 4. Oh, it does 8 minimum. Okay. I could probably just do like a number randomizer. 1 through 4. Min 1, max 4. Wait, no, then it's just going to generate a random number. I guess we could do that in a row. Just spin the wheel 1 through X. Yeah, I mean, we could just assign everyone a number and just do it in order. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, calling it up.
Yo.
Hello, hello. Hello. Oh, dude, Dorky's not here. This is great, because usually Dorky's bit is he joins the call and then just says, "Where is everyone?" when everyone's already here. Is he not here? Dude. Cats
Well, he's not keying right now.
Cats are the worst. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little cat nap. He knows to be here. We're going to have to explain. Oh, he's here. Hello.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up?
Yo,
Me, dorky guys.
Oh, why you guys copying me?
I was just in bed doing keys.
Oh, shit,
Equalizer is insane, honestly.
In bed? What up?
Yeah. I
What
grind
up?
while I sleep.
Wait, Dorky, say what up, Natty.
What up?
What up? What up? I can do it.
What up?
What up? That's the exact pitch. Okay. So first, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to determine our drafting order. First, I'm just going to go over a few ground rules. So here are the draft rules again, just to state them for everyone. Also, first off, just welcome everybody to the inaugural draft. We have actually never done one of these on stream before. It was Tettles' idea earlier. Super, super fun. We'll kind of go over how it's going to work. Because I think a lot of people watching this probably maybe haven't. I mean, we're all gamers. Maybe you guys haven't done like a fantasy sports draft or are just familiar with the concept. But we will kind of go over that. So the idea is we're all going to come up with four dungeons that we would like to bring back. So like, let's just say the War Within Season 2 is coming out. And they're going to have 4 of the War Within dungeons, and they're going to bring 4 dungeons back. We are basically all drafting what we think our best 4 to bring back would be, but none of us can pick the same one as someone else, and there are a few stipulations to make it a little bit more interesting. So you must, in your list, have 1 dungeon from Cat and Mop. You must have 1 dungeon from Wad and Legion. You cannot select any dungeon that has been brought back already, except for the mega dungeons being brought back in Season 4 before Dragonflight. You cannot select Dragonflight dungeons. Main reason being, in this expansion, they didn't bring back any Shadowlands dungeons, so I assume like they're going to not do the previous expansions dungeons as a potential selection. And then, obviously, I think it still seems like they'll never select a Classic through Wrath thing, and it just makes it a lot more complicated. So nothing Classic through Wrath. Also, no trades. In the future, you can do trades with this. Like, halfway through, you can make like 1 trade offer per to someone. They can choose to accept it or not. We're just for the first time doing this, we're just going to do no trades. And every time you are on the clock, you will have 2 minutes to deliberate what you want. You might not think this is a problem. Maybe you've made a little list in your head of stuff you'd want to select. But sometimes people can steal your pick right before you, and you really have to think, right? Like, if you have a dungeon you really want to select, but maybe there's only, like, 1 or 2 Cat and Mop dungeons you really, really like, then you might want to make that selection now rather than like make a couple and then have someone steal the only ones you feel like are viable. The idea is at the end, we're going to try to have our best list that we can each create, and then chat, as usual, will vote on who they think had the best 4 dungeons that they would like to see in a season when accounting for all of them. Does everyone here, do all the contestants understand the task?
So outside of the 2 minutes to make a selection, we're gonna like after the selection is made, we're gonna talk about that dungeon just a bit as a group, right?
Yeah, we're not just gonna like select it and be like, okay, and then move to the next one. Like for example, what I imagine will happen is like Dranos will select 1 dungeon, and then you were going next, and you really want to do it, and you just be like, dude, god fucking damn it, I can't believe you selected that dungeon. Like I was gonna select that. You know, that's very normal. You can also make the case and say like, I don't know about that, or like, oh yeah, that dungeon's good. I mean, part of like the content for the top 10s that I think when people are watching it, like, yeah, you might go for people's list, you see who wins, but I think a lot of the content is actually talking about why a dungeon would be good or bad to bring back, or whatever the topic is that day. So discussion is totally fine. When the discussion ends, we will start the 2 minutes for the next person and make that obvious. And I'll have it on screen as well. Any other questions? Dorky, do you understand this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
No, he does not. Let's play. Let's play.
Well, it's fine. Well, it's,
Can we like duel for the
there are
pick?
no dual.
Oh
Where
my
there?
God.
Someone takes your pick, you gotta like fucking battle them.
Yeah. Battle them on top of ICC. What I have right now, I think the easiest way to do this is just a random number generator. Organize us 1 through 4. I'll generate this on screen, and then that will just determine the order. If it ever picks the same person twice, we'll just re-roll it until it picks all 4 in whatever order. I guess we could do the order that this guy made already. It would be me 1, Dratnos 2, Dorky 3, Tettles 4, as far as numbers.
What the hell? I'm 1.
Do you want to be
Well,
1,
we're gonna
Dorky?
roll
Roll,
it.
man.
It's
Don't worry
fine.
about it.
He doesn't get it. It's fine. Dorky will be 3. Dorky's 3. Okay, so those are the order, and then we're going to determine the order of the draft. Okay, so rolling first. First pick is. Wait, did it actually work?
Yeah.
Do you think it? Okay, okay, it did work. Okay, so Dratnos is first. I just want to double check because I did click it and I didn't know if it like tabbed in, but it picked 2 again. So Dratnos, I'll put this down. Dratnos is picking first. Second is 3, which is Dorky. 3 is, let's see. It picked 2 again. 3 is... Come on, please. Come on.
This might be rigged.
Wait. Oh.
It's rigged against
Oh, no,
us.
it
It played
wasn't.
4 first.
It did 4
It
and
played
then
4,
1. It
4,
did
1.
4 and then 1. Okay, so then it will be Tettles. I thought it was like fucking up and it could only pick 2 or 3, but that's just RNG for you. Okay, and then I am last. So this is a snake draft. So how this will work is you will do so like it'll go Dratnos, Dorky, Tettles, me, and then it will go me again, then Tettles, then Dorky. That is the order. That is how snake drafts work. That was the thing I didn't know if you had done this before, Dorky. So Dorky, you do understand.
Yeah.
And then also just to make it clear, when it goes back to Dratnos at 8, he will also be picking 9th. And it just goes like young snake draft. All right, cool. So those are the selections. Any questions before we begin?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let me pull up my little timer. The order again is Dratnos first. All right, Dratnos, you are on the clock.
All right, with my first pick, I'd like to select the Motherlode.
Okay.
That is an insane pick.
Yeah,
is a-
I figured this was gonna come up early.
What the hell? You took my pick.
This is a banger dungeon, and in particular, this is a dungeon that was most griefed by affixes that are no longer either as bad or still in the game. So it's going to be even betterer when it comes back, if it comes back. So I think it's going to be a really strong, front runner to lead my team to victory.
Do you not think the first area of the Motherlode and the trash count issues in that dungeon are problematic? Do you think that they're going to
These can be
fix
changed.
those?
Trash count got changed in Blackrock Hold. The first area of the dungeon, like Grease Gun, I think was a pretty bad mechanic, but I think you fix that, and then you have a pretty cool area. All things equal.
Did you like the third boss that would kill your tank with the debuff over and over
Those
again?
sorts of like bosses like that
Well,
that
tanks
just
can't die to
murder
that
your
anymore.
tank are very much as well. Like think about Algathar Academy's Croth experience in season 1 versus season 4. Like that, those bosses being brutal for tanks is often also just like a how strong are tanks in this season type thing. I feel like if we had
Yeah,
a
I mean,
boss
it's a
like that
product
coming
of
back
its
right now, it'd
time.
be easy.
Yeah.
Tanks were weak against magic damage before, but now
Yeah.
they're like they have infinite defensives and they're like passively way tankier,
Would you make any
way more
changes
self-sustained.
to Motherlode if you're like if they're revamping anything? Is it like, are there any boss you're not happy with? I probably not the trash. The trash is like, I think Motherlode's trash and how much option you have is one of the better things about it, right?
Yeah, I think that I would look at the count situation and make sure that you, like, if you hold W, you're going to get about 100% count. You're not going to feel obligated to skip. Because the way it kind of worked is that there were 4 trash sections, and you usually skipped at least one. What I would probably do is I would reduce some of the trash density of the whole place, and then that would hopefully make it so that you get 100% count with holding W. And then if you wanted to, you could still skip an area and
Yeah, I
you know,
like
pull
that.
stuff from the pull more stuff in any one area. But honestly, like that dungeon was more balanced than people, I think, in Pugs thought. Like in Pugs, you would always skip the end of the dungeon, but the end of the dungeon was actually good count. That was
Yeah.
underrated.
I think that dungeon benefited the most. Maybe that one and like a Taltazar benefited the most by Awakened, just in general.
Yeah, it was a great Awakened dungeon. That's true, but you know, a great affix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's could easily be fixed, though. We just need to make the third boss area a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that trash is pretty offensive. The like the chemists and stuff, the
Yeah.
ones that like float around on the jetpacks.
Those guys were great.
Yeah, that was like an always skip area. That's true. That would be a good target to nerf a little.
Yeah,
Aside from that, all that, it's an all-time dungeon.
yeah, all-time bang. I mean, also wasn't Motherload like super high on like our best dungeons
Yeah.
of all time? So super not surprising to see that here. I wonder if just in general, how do you guys feel about dungeons having like 300% more count than you need versus like having exactly the count and you have to kill everything in front of you? Like, what's the mix you like there? Do you like a ton of options, or do you think it's like a little convoluted too?
I think the dungeon has to be open concept for you to have options.
Yeah, as long as you don't like go way over count by holding W, it's fine. So like, I think Motherload is an example of a way that it can work. Although I think it was a little bit too like you would go a little bit too over count by holding W. But there are some dungeons like Temples of Thralis or whatever where you'd hold W in that place, you get 150% count. That's really bad because that like makes the casual groups even more behind the groups doing all the skips and stuff.
Yeah.
But I love it when it's like, oh, hey, you get 100% by holding W, but if you want to skip the end, you can do more at the start. Like that sounds great.
Yeah, it's got to be both.
Okay. Dorky, you are on the clock.
Gambit, then.
God fucking
Nice.
damn it. I knew it wasn't going to last until...
Oh, did I steal your pick?
Yeah, dude. Like, I feel like...
There it is.
I feel like this... Oh,
Blame Drandles for that one.
Yeah, I mean, also, this is... I feel like this... Okay, maybe you guys feel differently. I feel like Motherload and Gambit were, like... When you're looking at a draft in most sports leagues, there's, like, usually, like, 2 players that stand out above all else, or sometimes it's 5. Sometimes, like, this year, the NBA draft is super weak. But, like, I feel like this draft had 2 super bangers. So, going first or second, my theory will be, and maybe this is Cope, I think will be, like, super OP, and will be very sad that
I can't believe you've already started justifying the loss.
Yeah, I'm already mad. I'm already
There's
mad.
only like
Cope
2
already.
free picks, right? Like, the other picks are not as free, right? Basically.
Yeah, exactly. These were 2 that you imagine were coming off the board right away. Well, I think also there's some merit to like selecting early Katamop, Legion, WAD, because there actually are not a lot of good ones of those, if that makes sense. And there's like probably more reason. Like when we get to each one of our 3rd and 4th picks, you're gonna have to pick some dungeons that are not slam dunks, right? So like you kind of can put yourself in the position to have less of those on your list. But that being said, it wouldn't surprise me if the list that ended up winning this was the one that had Motherload or Gambit on it, but who knows? Anyways, what do you guys like? We've talked about this was also a number 1. I think this the number 1 overall point getter on our best Mythic Plus dungeon list. Like this is a certified banger.
I think this shares a lot in common with Overload, actually. It's like very much similar to everything that could be said about Overload.
First trash area in there is really, really good. Probably the best out of honestly any dungeon. Like that one in Freehold maybe are my top 2 favorite like trash designs out of any key ever.
Hard agree. And it only exist in Mythic Plus in season 3 and season 4 of Shadowlands, which were like in my opinion the best seasonal affix ever in Encrypted, and Shrouded is like top 4. I think I've heard people argue that they thought Shrouded was the best one. So like it also had the benefit of existing twice ever, and both times it really high rolled a seasonal, which I think matters a lot too.
Maybe that means it'll do worse though if it comes out, comes forward, right? If it always had star players around it.
True, but like I feel like how much worse can it be affected if there's no seasonal, right? Like no seasonal affix is the great equalizer where it's just like what it's going to be. It would be more like if there was still seasonals, could it be ruined by an awful one? Like for example, would the beginning of Gambit with Infested sound fun? Like probably not, right? Like that sounds actually that would ruin that dungeon, right? Like that would be horrible.
Yeah.
Well, but it's more about no affix, right? 'Cause I mean, like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
we're
that
just
ever be
saying, just
good?
in general, like it just benefited
Oh.
from good seasonals. But also, I mean, no one's gonna argue against Gambit. I'm actually really surprised it was not the first pick. Like, I think, in my personal opinion, I think picking Motherload over Gambit is insane. I think Gambit.
That's
is...
right.
Nah, that's not it.
You gotta keep unpredictability out there. You gotta be
No.
surprising.
You don't need to be surprising with the first pick.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you got to.
Yo, so you're in our heads now. Like the next
That's
time,
right.
the next time I'm picking right, or Dorky's picking right before you when it comes back around, he's gonna have to. You're gonna be in his head, right? Like you have no idea.
I know. I am in his head. He was gonna take Motherload.
Yeah, he's trying to take my picks.
Yeah.
Dorky, would you have taken Motherload over Gambit?
Yo.
Wow,
That's right.
That is insane. I would
Yeah,
never.
that's
I would
right.
have always
That's
taken
insane
Gambit.
to me. Yeah, I would take Gambit over Motherload.
See, I think Gambit was a good pick, but I like
Well,
screwing with
yeah,
him.
yeah. You guys can duel each other then.
Yeah,
Me and Dranos has it going on right now,
that's right.
1-on-1.
Yeah, man, I think it's gonna be so hard to beat Earls, but it's just fine. You guys are gonna get out. All good. Tettles, you are on the clock.
All right, I'll take. All right, I'll explain the pick before I take it. First off, so our rules are you have to take one dungeon from WAD or Legion.
Correct.
I think that there are most of the Legion dungeons have already been gone through, so you actually can't pick very many of those.
Yep.
And pretty much all the Warlords dungeons that are left are trash, so you don't really want to pick those either. So I'm
Oh,
taking
yeah,
Eye
that's
of
true.
Ashara.
Yep.
I'm taking EOA because that's
Taking-
one of the very few Legion dungeons you can
Interesting.
take, and it's not that bad.
Yeah, this is why I think the stipulation of the rules is good, because if you just made it of all dungeons, it'd be a lot less interesting. But it is yeah, you taking one of these early is really, really smart. And also, I think Dratnos had Eye of Ashara in your top 10, right? Best dungeons ever.
Yep, I think Ivazar was a good pick.
I think the open format of the dungeon. I'm just in general like I'm a big fan of open concept dungeons that let you kind of pull what trash you want. Those have always been my favorite personally, and so I think that like Eye of Ashara, you know, it's definitely one
My
of my
Jar
favorite
felt
Legion
fake though. It
dungeons.
didn't really feel like you had an open concept of what you could pull. It realistically felt like, all right, you fought the minimal amount of trash in the first boss area, second boss area, third boss area, and then just killed as many what do you call them, grabs as possible.
Yeah,
Like
What
I
do you
remember
think about-
it came back to TGP, right? And we got to actually play that dungeon. And
was the route solved? Do you think though?
it was like pretty damn solved super quick. Because I mean, granted, it was like, you know, it was a super short moment where we got to play at like a super high level, right? And it felt like people have figured it out extremely quick, and there was nothing really too special about it. It was just like fight minimal trash, do as many crabs as possible.
What do you think about the like boat skip thing? Would that be something that you would take out if you were bringing it back, or leave in?
Dude, having to like traverse the entire Murloc cave or whatever kind of sucks.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, now we're talking about a dungeon where it's just like you skip half of it with a clearly unintended skip.
Yeah, I don't like EOA, but that's just me.
Dude, I think Tettles is throwing. I think your strategy.
What Legion dungeon are you picking, man? All right, shut up and pick then.
I mean, I don't think there's a
Alright,
lot of
alright.
good ones from WAD and Legion, but
true.
like Eye of Ashara is so like I don't know. I feel like
Picking Blood Maul Slag Mines, like really? Like what are we picking here?
Blood Maul's not bad, yeah. But I mean, I'm not on the clock yet, man. I just think Eye of Ashara. Again, this is actually, we talked about this when Dratnos picked it. I hate that it appears open with so much choice and it actually doesn't. And boat skip was super annoying. Remember how much, by the way, speaking of like Everbloom, a dungeon they brought back, it can't be picked. Remember how when it was announced it was going to come back, I remember thinking like, wow, this dungeon's so good. I think people are going to really like Everbloom. And then people were just like, no. And the only thing they mentioned was that little mount skip on the hill right at the beginning. It was like, I swear that lives so rent-free in people's heads. And like Eye of Ashara had that just as bad, you know? The fact that you could never really go right was a problem, but you could also make the argument, and people can account for this in their picking, that, you know, you could say something like, I wish they made that cave to the right at the beginning actually a realistic option. Very similar to like, hey, I would pick Brackenhide, but, you know, but also you actually can go left, and it's an interesting choice, right? So I don't know.
I think the mob like the trash mechanics are actually part of the thing that makes EOA interesting too. The fact that they're not like so overloaded with mechanics. I feel like a lot of the trash packs that we fight in M+ today are just like, they just have so many mechanics, man.
How do you like having to
Yeah,
kill all of that trash
fucking
before the
modern
snake?
dungeons.
You know?
Or the snake. Oh, you're talking about the first boss?
No, the
Serpentrix or whatever.
yeah, Serpentrix. Did that boss have a spawning condition with a certain amount of things being dead, or did you have to clear it because there was no room?
You know, you only have to clear it to not butt pull stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you'd always pull the seagull in the middle of the fight and wipe because it would blind your tank and kill your group.
Okay, those could go away. You can eliminate those. I would not keep the seagulls.
Okay. I'm on the clock. It's enough stalling for me. So I've thought about this a lot, and I think now I have the opportunity to be strategic. I don't think there's a ton of banger like BFA Shadowlands dungeons. There's certainly some good ones, but I think the only way that Tettles and I have a chance to compete with you two having Gambit and Motherload on a having 4 dungeons is we have to just snag some of the only good ones from Katamop, Wad, and Legion. But the only problem is, I think the pick I want to make for Wad and Legion is going to require some convincing, and I think all of you would think it's a great pick, but I think chat would look at it and be like, I don't remember having a great time in there. So I'm kind of just, I'm thinking
You gotta stick to the courage of your convictions, man. You can't just be a people pleaser.
You
I
are
already
the
know what
worst people, please. Okay.
I already know what he's gonna say.
And there's
He's
already
so real for that.
there's already so like also like Kata and Mop, for example. I feel like choosing Mop dungeons will please the people more than choosing Kata, even though Mop dungeons fucking suck. It's just people just remember that more fondly. It was a good time. I don't know. I'm in my own head right now. I'm in between 2 picks, but I think I'm knowing who's going after me because it is a snake. It's going to be me twice here. I have 2 choices. Okay. I'm gonna do my first pick of Cathedral the Eternal Night.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that is going to be my selection from Wad and Legion. I think Cathedral is fucking insane. I think it's one of the best, and I think it's easily the best Wad and Legion dungeon you could pick. People who had a bad time in this dungeon, it was a little overtuned initially, but oh shit. I gotta make sure to stop the timer when I make picks. That shit is so loud. I absolutely love this, and I think you guys who you made the correct decision by picking Gambit and Motherload, but I think you are going to have a really tough time. And Tettles, we can kind of fuck them. You know what I mean?
I'm down to take back-to-back Legion dungeons.
Yeah, like I feel like we can turbo grief them and just hope that their list can survive off of the fact that they have Motherload and Gambit, and that's like kind of the only chance we have.
We'll have fun with back-to-back Legion dungeons.
That's some turbo collusion, though. Okay, so do you guys have any Cathedral thoughts, by the way? Are you guys on the same plane? Do you guys think Cathedral's good?
I think Cathedral's in general pretty good, especially how it was at the end of Legion. I do think there was some problems with like having to pylon skip, and that dungeon was really weird in Legion. It had some count problems, but I don't think it's anything that they can't shore up with modernization. I feel like this is one of those things that doesn't take a lot of effort from Blizzard to make it less annoying.
Yeah. It's one of the best like narrative dungeons as well, because you got Illidan up there in the last fight. That fight is like sick as well. It's good.
You have a lot of
Great
choice too. You don't have to just kill it. Like if you W key Cathedral, you end up with count, but there is actually a lot of choices you can make to like kill extra stuff at the beginning. If you remember near the end of the season, MDI stuff, you actually skipped that entire first like mini boss with all that trash at the beginning. You could get all of the trash later. You could just instantly, well, rest in peace, Skystep potions. But you could like Skystep with your group all the way to the right, skip all of that RP. You could do some like crazy skips. I don't know. I just think it's like ton of options. Really, really cool dungeon. All right.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say, Dork?
Part of the reason why you were able to skip so much trash was because of that one area where you could kill all like the worms or whatever.
Talking about
the imps.
area?
Yeah. I think it was like imps. Yeah, it's like the little shitters that just run up. I forgot what they were. And you had to like just like CC them all in Ring of Peace and stun them and kill them before they run through into the portal or whatever. That part was kind of dumb, which they would probably have to fix.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah.
You guys remember the haste shield thing as well?
I mean, they fixed that, right? The Warlock MC on the haste shield. That was sick.
Okay, I know it's a big balance problem, but I actually miss when there were like really unique and cool like spell steals and stuff that people like warlocks and archway and stuff like that. Like it isn't balanced, and I know in today's day and age, like even a lot of that stuff that people liked in Legion wouldn't be okay nowadays, because even like the whole like tier listy what is the best class has become a lot worse since the pandemic, especially. But I actually kind of miss that. Like you could spell steal a spider as a mage in lower Kara, and then you could go like you could go down a different route, and I don't know. I just think stuff like that is really sweet. Okay, I'm on the clock again. Man,
is this a strategic pick or is this a vibes pick here?
I can be
Who's the clock
strategic.
for?
So what?
Why do we have a clock?
Because you just have 2 minutes to make a selection. These are not going to be super relevant early in the draft, but you can just take the whole time to talk out your choice or think it out in your head. But like when we get to the very, very end, you're going to have to soul search a little bit to get a good choice.
Oh no, I don't need a single timer. Just give me 5 seconds and I'm done.
So hypothetically, like if your timer was counting down and then everybody else was asking you annoying procedural questions and distracting you, would that be a good strategy to make your draft worse?
You could do that.
It's good. He has ADHD. He has
Yeah,
bad
you
ADHD.
could do that. I mean, I'm deciding whether I want to take one of the like 3 really, really good non-criteria dungeons, or whether
What
I
happens
want,
if you run out of time?
or whether I want to. I mean, you just have to make a
Get
pick
killed.
at the end. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess if I just took 5 minutes and didn't pick, you could like kill me. Yeah, you die. That's the thing. There are
Christ.
2 really, really good Kata and Mop dungeon selections, and I think the obvious one, I'm gonna make it. So my second choice will be my Kata and Mop. We're going strategic. I'm taking the Lost City of Tolvir. I think this is, without a doubt, the best dungeon available to make into a Mythic Plus dungeon from Kata and Mist of Pandaria. It is the best one. Absolutely fucking owns. Dorky, you hadn't actually done that. You did Lost City on Kata Classic recently, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, oh shit. I know.
The
Wait,
thing is,
Tettles, I'm gonna message you. I know what Dorky's other favorite Kata dungeon is.
shit. Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't even know what the hell the mechanics are in these kind of dungeons. I just like, I like him for a few reasons. I like him because, like, oh, this dungeon gives a lot of EXP, therefore it's good. Or like, it's got a lot of mobs and big numbers. Those are like the big reasons why these Kata dungeons feel good. Because like it's impossible to know what the mechanics are when everything just kind of dies and you kind of just like go through them without really thinking about it.
What about the last boss, where you have to like stand in the thing, you get knocked in the air, the lightning guy up on the roof?
I had no idea what the hell was going on. It was weird as hell.
All right, well, it fucking owns. I think maybe if they do something, was the little alligator guy in there? Is that an optional boss, or is that like a boss? Do you guys know? Like if that would actually?
I think that's optional.
Yeah, I wonder if that would be like a new age mini boss. Like they would make that into an optional mini boss area where you can pull him for extra count, or I wonder if they would make it like a required. I think I would if I were to make the suggestion, I think I would go mini boss route. Also, there's a ton of different ways for count in that dungeon. There's a bunch of mobs. I have no idea exactly how much count they would require, but it's one where you could W key or you could grab other ones. But all right, those are my 2. So now I'm free reign for the rest of the time. Tettles, are you ready to start your selection?
Yeah, I think similar to you. I have to pick it between Kata and Mop.
I mean, you don't really have. Just think about it. You're not picking for another 1, 2. The timer has started, by the way, so you could think I'm distracting you or helping you. 1, 2, 3, 4 selections will be made until you can pick again, and you could potentially get fucked on other ones too.
I guess I don't know. Is it like the people will hate this dungeon so much that they don't vote for
I
you,
mean,
or is it?
Here's I think what you should do. I think everyone should make a pick, just like what Dratno said, to your own conviction. Like, you would basically stand by your 4 and be like, if they brought this into a season, that would be great. That's better.
Right,
and
I'm picking Halls of Atonement. All right.
Okay. Early.
I think Halls of Atonement's I think Halls of Atonement's like a pretty good dungeon. I don't think it's like that great. Just in general, but I do think it's better than some of the other potential options for them to bring back. I think that like the trash design, kind of similar to Eye of Ashara, I think the trash design is more or less what made this dungeon fun for me. It's like big pulls. I'm a monkey DPS. I like to do big dam, and so Halls of Atonement was fun in that way.
It's definitely a good pick. It was one of the few, I think, non-criteria dungeons that was an obvious good selection.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I was actually going to be one of my picks.
I think it had some problems, like the trash after the first boss area that everybody always skipped would be something I think would be good to like change if they brought it back. But
the decurse I also think is really bad.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that is also like so that's something they could handle, and obviously the gargoyles as well. Mm-hmm. They'd have to decide what they wanted to do in a world without covenants.
I mean, yeah.
For the village, you would just be able to like anyone can do it, right?
Yeah, that would be a fine answer.
I was about to say, like, is this dungeon actually even better than a lot of people remember, because it only ever existed with like kind of not great affixes, right? Like one season it had encrypted, but the other two were like pretty not great, right? I guess it depends on your opinion on Prideful.
Prideful was so bad in here.
Yeah, I remember you would just jump off the side after you spawned your pride in high keys. I think this was not a particularly good encrypted dungeon, though. Like, you didn't really get to do much cool stuff. I guess you could woe instead of Shroud, the second boss, but I don't think it's one that we're like misremembering because of the seasonals so much.
Dude, I think this is so interesting because Dorky, and it depends on how targeted Dorky and Dratnos want to be. If they feel like they want to box each other out or box me or Tettles, because if you guys choose Mop and Kata dungeons with your next 4 picks, Tettles absolutely loses. But then, like, if you spent, like, it's not even close, like, you were fucked. Or if you choose you could fuck me by picking the like really really good non-criteria dungeons too. But obviously you have to like make your own list good as well. I think Halls is such an easy banger choice. Is there also underrated? I really like the second boss in Halls. The little gargoyle guy. I think that's like a super unique, really cool fight.
Yeah, that was the biggest offender for like decurse, right? Was that fight? But
I think you just make that a magic dispel, and then it's
yeah
a lot different of a mechanic.
Yeah, but it's got to be the curse of stone, because like it's a gargoyle.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
it could just be the magic of stone.
Yeah.
I mean, the easy solution would just make it so that there's like some way of breaking it. I don't know, like if you step in a puddle or some shit, it breaks it.
Oh yeah, that's also fine. Like you stand in the blood puddle and then it just breaks it.
Okay. Dorky, I won't even start the timer because you said you only need 5 seconds.
Yeah, Stone Core, because
Nice.
that's my favorite Kata dungeon. I think it's cool as hell.
Stone Core's good.
You just go in there, you're fast leveling. It's a wide open dungeon. There's a lot of mobs, and it feels very much like a dungeon. It's got a very dungeony vibes.
Yep.
Aside from that, I don't even know what anything does in there because it's a Kata dungeon, but it felt good to just kill shit.
I think they would have to change. Do you know, like, before you pull the last boss, there's just like 100 little small mobs you pull that do like absolutely nothing. I think that would probably look different in a current Mythic Plus day and age. That's what made me pick Tolvir over Stonecore, because I wonder if they make that like a bunch of dangerous packs, or if they still let it be kind of like an RP thing you do before.
Oh, if they do that, they're such party poopers, man.
Yeah. But also it has one of the best boss lines ever, right? The break yourself. I think Dorky probably started playing too late to have heard the 2013 EDM remix of Break Yourself Upon My Body.
No, I've never heard it before.
There's an EDM remix of that?
I mean, I think that was like the original one. Like, break yourself. Was it not EDM? It's a banger. You guys can check it out. Frank will put it in the video right now. Frank will find it. He'll know.
Dude, I know a lot of the super OG WoW musics. Like Big Blue Dress and God, God, there were like a bunch. Super OG WoW music video stuff.
So I wonder if Dorky and Dratos are colluding here, but they seem to be on the... Wait, Dorky, was that a strategic boxing out other people pick? Why did you feel like you had to go for Kata early? Do you feel like you already had a banger non-criteria?
Probably.
Or did you just think it was the best dungeon on the board?
I just pick whatever I think is cool.
All right, word.
He's so real for that.
All right, Dratnos, what is your selection?
All right. Things are definitely, the plan hasn't really survived you guys picking dungeons. That's been not good for me.
Yep.
Would have been nice if you guys had just not picked any good dungeons.
Wait, what got stolen from you?
Much of the stuff that's on your guys' lists were ones that were on my short list. So I'm looking at Legion and WoD now, trying to figure out how I'm going to get my Legion WoD dungeon. And I'm a little concerned. I feel like I have to do it in this round because Dorky's going to get a take.
I mean, you have 2 picks in a row, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 2 in a row.
But so one of them is going to have to go, I think, into a Legion WoD one. I don't have anything that I really love of my options, so I think I'm going to go with Vault of the Wardens.
Wow.
I hate that cheat. I think that dungeon is so bad.
No, Vault is good. Vault is good. I like the pick. It's
not that bad of a dungeon. Like, I think this is a candidate for
prison.
One of the dungeons that you could make like 4 changes to when you're revamping it, when you're revitalizing it, and it gets a lot better, right? Like, if you think about Vault of the Wardens, it's a dungeon with like specific pain points that I don't know, like Tettles, what do you hate about Vault of the Wardens? Is it the whole place, or are there certain spots where you're like, ugh?
The entire first trash before the first boss is like the biggest issue for me.
Yeah, and that like the little figure 8 area with the mini boss.
The design of those trash mobs, I think, is incredibly bad. They could rework all of that trash to be better.
I mean, that trash is like current trash, like with the amount of stuff it does.
Yes, it is like current trash.
That's why it's awful.
So I mean, it would probably
the
work.
whole end area too.
I think this is a good pick.
Where you have to carry the light, and then you have to stand next to the.
Yeah, like that could get a
in order to hit 'em.
clunkiness overhaul, right? Like that area is a clunky thing that could be made a lot less clunky pretty easily. I think like you just take the extra action button off of it and make just everybody like have some moonlight or whatever.
Max, do the fans know about your elevator incidents in there?
Oh no, they don't. I'm actually surprised you remember that. It's basically just there's a few dungeons where you can't, or like certain people's game is like out of sync with the server, and like you can't see elevators at the same. Have you guys ever run into this in any like raid or trash, specifically in the call, where like you or someone on your team always misses elevators because they just don't show up, or they're
Talon
like
was like this too.
Yeah, they're like
Talon was
desynced.
this
Yeah.
bad too.
So this happened to Lip during our MDI. So we would do the MDI at the end of Legion, and we got Vault of the Wardens a few times, and every single time Lip was like 20 seconds late to one of our polls because he always had to like wait for the elevator to be on his screen where it was actually there, and then yeah, it was weird. Unfortunate. I actually forgot about that. All right, Dratnos, you're on the clock
All
again.
right. Things are again tricky.
The next
Difficult
pick you
times
have
for
after
me.
this is the last pick of the draft, by the way.
Yeah. So I have to take a mop dungeon at some point, or a mop or kata dungeon, but Max has already taken one. Dorky's already taken one. So I only have Tettles'
Unless
you guys take extras.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, which could happen. But I actually have like 2 candidates that I think I can pick there. So I don't think I'm going to get yoinked. And I'm not super thrilled about them. But I'm also not thrilled about anything else. I don't know. I'm looking through all these dungeons and all these old pools, and there's not really a lot of great stuff available.
Some beans dungeons.
There's a lot of the good stuff has already been brought back, right? Like you look at the BFA list, and it's like Atal'Dazar, Freehold, Wakecrest Manor, Underrod. It's like, oh, these have all already been brought back, right?
All the Legion dungeons have been brought back too. That's the issue, right?
Yeah, the Legion dungeons have also, like, Halls of Valor would have been a one that I would have loved to have, but obviously that's already been brought back, so not allowed. I know there is another Legion dungeon that is going to get picked probably by Max at some point, but well, maybe. But
Really? Oh, okay.
I feel like Seat. I feel like you're likely to take Seat at some point, but I don't really want to.
I mean, even if you strongly felt convinced of that Seat would be one of the best 4 dungeons in a season, you would immediately lose the vote. No question.
Yeah, exactly. Like
right?
you put Seat in your pool, you're gonna get yelled at.
Yep. Even if you're
I'm
right.
gonna go with Tazavesh Streets of Wonder. I think this is a dungeon
good.
where, like this dungeon, I like this dungeon a lot. I know that you guys have a lot of the people have a lot of problems with this dungeon, but a lot of those problems are like concentrated in first boss, which is again like easy to fix. That dungeon's cool. Dungeon's fun. Tazavesh is sweet, and last boss is like incredible. That's a really fun boss in this place. Definitely could see like the music event thing getting like an overhaul. That would be cool. And first boss also, first boss area would be good. But you know, last boss is strong enough, I think, and the vibe of this place is strong enough that I'm choosing it.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good choice. I'm actually looking at this. I think you could make the argument that how competitive Kata, WAD, MOP, Legion stuff, like that is, there are not that many good ones from Shadowlands and BFA left, right? So I think that's really strong. That's probably, I mean, that was near the top of my list for like non-criteria dungeons. It's definitely good. So wait, that means you are leaving your...
Yeah. If you guys want to take a bunch of Kata MOP ones with your free picks, you know, go ahead. Get me.
I kind of like it, but I think you actually chose pretty well, right? Because like, I mean, I guess we'll wait to see. But you were like kind of last to pick there, so it's possible that you still get the one you want in your next pick, right? Unless we choose to specifically grief you by potentially.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to just take the every single viable dungeon from those expansions, but the thing is, like, I don't actually think there's that much of a gap between like the third best MOP and Kata dungeon and the like 8th best, so I don't really care that much if you guys take positions 3 through 7.
Dude, I actually like your list a lot. I think, but the thing is I think Vault is good, and I think half of chat is gonna think Vault is dog shit. But I think
that's fair.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
I mean, I think it was just hard to come up with a non-bad looking pick from the other options are what, like Upper Kara or something.
Dude, yeah,
You know?
something like that.
Yeah, there is not there. Yeah,
Blood Maul Slag Mines, Ubers.
All the
I
WoD
don't know.
dungeons I think are. I don't think I'm giving up anything strategy-wise by saying I think all of the WoD dungeons that are remaining are just complete fucking trash.
You can make an argument that
Skyrim
Iron
should be
Dock
the-
should be allowed, right? Because that was in the same season with the Mega Dungeons.
I don't know.
Could
I
try
don't
and
know.
It was brought back.
you can make an argument to the referee.
you could make an argument. I think we said that season 4 Shadowlands doesn't count for the mega dungeons, discluding
Yeah,
them.
exactly. So in theory, it shouldn't count for those either.
But it feels like it should. But yeah, I guess you're right.
I feel like if one could argue with enough indignation that you'd be able to, we would let you.
The
tap
person who made this spreadsheet did not put on Iron Docks and Grimrail, so the final decision
okay,
has
that's
been
a
made.
good. That's a good tiebreaker.
All right, here we go. Dorky, you were on the clock.
We'll pick Maw of Souls.
Okay.
Man of the people.
This is definitely a people-pleasing
Maw of
pick
Souls
rather
for
than a
sure.
good pick.
Yeah.
What the hell? It's not a good pick? How's Maw of Souls not a good pick?
I think Maw of Souls is a fine pick. I think there are other dungeons as good or better, but it's one that people farmed for AP a lot instead of like actually doing the dungeon.
Okay, but I mean, it's like the best Legion dungeon. Like, what else I'm gonna pick from Legion?
Bro,
Fucking
doing
Arcway, Lamau.
doing, I mean, for your actual pick right there, I guess, but like, okay, doing like even with current trash expectations, people would absolutely fucking hate after you kill the first boss on the ship. They'd fucking hate it. They'd be like, why the fuck is this in Mythic Plus? And for the exact same way as they hate like the Splinter on the Waycrest Manor boss. Same shit.
Wait, for what?
It's fucking ass. The trash after the first boss in Maw of Souls. Like in the ship before you fight
you mean the ship. Oh.
Yeah, like in the ship before you fight the second boss.
I mean,
Do you remember the lantern guy?
Yeah, the
That
fucking
guy was
lantern guy.
impossible.
Bro, that lantern guy
Well, I mean,
would...
the only thing hard about him was that it was a healing check, right?
I I don't agree with this. I think this pick is bad, but I think it's
Same.
bad for different reasons than Max does. I think the trash design is really bad with all the frontals in such a small corridor. Like it's impossible to play melee in here. People just forget that because they were only doing it on like a 7 or whatever.
No, yeah, it wasn't just that. The fucking barrels too. That would just roll
Oh
by
my-
and just fucking blow people up.
Yeah, that's a garbage
that was
mechanic.
sick.
Like they would have to remove all the frontals, I think.
But I think the lantern guy is actually good. Like it lets healers actually have fun because healers. Well, healers don't really like having fun, but it gives them that moment of like, oh look, I'm doing something, I'm healing.
I think Maw stinks, but I think that the people in chat will vote for Maw, so I think it is a good selection. So
Yeah,
I don't
agree.
I don't penalize you. I think you made the right choice. Okay, Tettles, you're on the clock.
Do you let me pick Scarlet Monastery or not?
What?
Yeah.
Would you let me pick Scarlet Monastery?
What?
I think so.
It's a mop dungeon, right?
If you tune into people playing Kata Classic right, or I guess not Kata Classic, but yeah, if you tune into people playing Mop Remix right now, they're doing it. It counts.
Yeah, I'll take Scarlet Monastery. I think that there can actually be something interesting done with Scarlet Monastery. I think that there's a world where we can have a dungeon that's slower than 30 minutes. Scarlet
banger.
Monastery would have to be, probably like an 18 to 20 minute dungeon. But I think that there's a world where you
Oh,
can
that'd be
actually
great.
make a dungeon that is that short and could make it quite interesting. It would, of course, require a lot of reworking. But they've proven that they're like completely down to rework dungeons in a significant way.
I think.
How
How do you feel about Scarlet?
Lower than 30 minutes would be insane, though, right?
How do you feel about Scarlet Monastery versus Scarlet Halls? Just like as dungeons.
Bro, it's the same shit.
I think it's about the same to me. Yeah.
I think Scarlet Hall's like a little shorter, right? I don't know. I guess they're both really short.
I kind of liked the openness of Monastery to the point where you could actually like go left or right and pull different mobs, and you could in theory create different trash packs that feel slightly different.
I wonder how many mobs they would add after the second boss in Scarlet Monastery in the cathedral before you can actually touch the last boss.
Okay, well, don't be cringe like that.
I mean,
But
it's
yeah.
something to think about. I think there'd be some extra boys in there. That's all.
Yeah, it's like the Temple of the Jade Serpent thing where the door opens and there's just 3 extra packs that weren't there on the beta or something.
Okay. Man, I have some options here. So if I think Dorky is most God, I forgot to turn off the fucking timer again. It's so loud.
Beep, beep,
Enjoy
beep, beep.
editing that out, Frank.
Yep, beep 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 beep. Yeah. I think Dorky's gonna win the popular chat vote already, no matter what. So I could just grief my own list to get other people. I guess I'll start my timer because I'm just stalling, right? Like I could basically grief Dratnos, but even then, like I'm looking, and if I choose 2 cat and mop dungeons, I can see a third one that's like not that bad. Dorky already has his Kata. He has both of his criteria dungeons, and he can pick just the best out of those. The question is, how many like actually good ones left? Like I think Shrine of the Storms, for example, is really, really good. But again, it's like the opposite of Maw of Souls, right? Like Shrine of the Storm's an actual good dungeon that would make people not vote for your list. So it's like the
You should
opposite.
just pick Shrine of the Storm and Seat of the Triumvirate and just,
and
tell chat.
well,
like,
Seat, I actually don't think I think Seat was overrated, but I don't think like if they brought Seat back, it'd be an automatic banger. I think that dungeon had problems for sure.
I think that dungeon was just overtuned, and I can't tell what's being rewritten in my mind because it was just so overtuned. Like, how bad was it really? I have no idea.
Dude, there's a couple of dungeons that I don't even know if the approval rating for these is going to be super good, but I think are just dungeons that I always enjoyed doing. But I already think I'm losing, so I think if I'm gonna lose, I might as well lose on my own terms and put dungeons that I fucking truly stand behind.
Yeah, because if you lose after trying to people please, that's a double whammy.
Yeah, true. Fucking Dorky.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, dude. If Dorky loses this, I'm gonna fucking flame him forever. All right,
I'm gonna do that whether or not
you're
he
about to
loses.
get lost on.
What? Okay.
All
All right.
I'm about to like lose all over your ass.
What?
What is bro saying?
What does that mean? What could that mean? All right, I am voting for Workshop.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think it's a huge banger, but I think of all the dungeons remaining, I think the third boss is one of the best dungeons in all of Mythic Plus. I think the last boss is great. I think the trash and like everything leading up to the second boss area is flawed, but I just don't think there's a lot of really good dungeons after. Oh, do I have to stop the timer? Oh, I did stop it. I think Workshop is great. But I also don't think there's a lot of other good selections here, besides maybe picking more Kata and Mob stuff. But I kind of want to spite Dorky and just take as many, like, non-criteria dungeons as I can. What do you guys think about Workshop?
That's an L dungeon.
You don't like Workshop?
It was alright.
What do you not like about Workshop?
It was just a little too samey. Like you do the same shit over and over. There's
I
nothing
thought
you
the
really do
squirrel
different.
bombing was also pretty stupid.
I will say I like the third boss. The third boss was cool.
That
And I
was
guess
a
the
great
last
boss.
boss was kind of cool too. Yeah.
I think
Need more banger bosses like that.
that like Gambit, Streets, what are the other ones? Like Halls of Atonement. Like I think that is like the I guess obviously Motherlode was the number one selection. Of the non-criteria dungeons, those are the only like very obvious, publicly agreeable and also like good, actually good selections. I think the list gets very, very dry after that. With my second pick, again, I think I've already lost just from Dorky's first three, so I'm gonna go down with one that I think would be a little different. So, Cathedral of the Eternal Night is a longer. I'll start my timer. Cathedral of the Eternal Night is like a little bit longer dungeon. It's got a lot of trash in it. Lost City of the Tolvir has more than a few bosses in it, potentially a mini boss as well. Upper, there's like a decent amount of RP and travel time between different wings, and there's also that like required RP trash pack. There's not like a lot of, I don't know, like just kind of quick. Man, this pick would also be like kind of similar to Workshop, but also I think it's one of the like few really good ones. Actually, I'm interested to see if you guys will even think it's good. Oh, man. Or do I just take another WoD and Legion? Because I think there is another good WoD and Legion one, actually. But maybe that is not true. I'll tell you what I would have picked after. I'm going to take Upper Karazhan.
Damn, you took both uppers.
Both uppers.
Yep. We're playing Uppers, Lost City of
Uppies.
Tolvir, and Cathedral. That's my final choice.
That is also another very samey dungeon.
Except at the beginning, you don't walk up the stairs. You just like start in front of that first little trash pack. I don't know. This is just
Upper, I think, is like it's interesting because it's so different than other Mythic Plus dungeons in the sense of like this is more like a boss rush style dungeon where you end up spending a lot of your time actually just.
It feels
fighting
more like a
bosses.
mini raid.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. It does feel like a mini raid. It just feels so different than any other M Plus experience for me.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a lot of uppers in general. Like Rise also kind of felt that way. in a
Yeah.
way.
You're just like boss rushing.
all right. Any I guess no more takes. We have Tettles. Tettles' final choice.
I think. So I'm between a couple of dungeons. So I'm probably gonna take Lower Karazhan.
Yeah,
but
this
I'm
was
not
my other choice.
Super convinced, dude. Some people like Sanguine Depths a lot, but I'm not like super huge on Sanguine Depths in general. I also think a 40-minute dungeon. I don't really want to have a 40-minute dungeon. That stuff kind of sucks. Yeah, I think I'd probably take Lower Karazhan. We're just gonna go with the theme of large trash pulls every single dungeon. Big overall season.
Oh, that's a good season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with Lower Kara. That's fine.
And then we're
I think
making
that-
Moonkin the BFA Season 2 version of the spec.
I think lower is an insanely good thing, but I also think I'm just looking. I think both of us already turbo lost.
Fine.
I think.
The downside of
No,
lower
Tettles
was
got some
that's
good
like
shit going
it's
on.
like 38 minutes. Some of the trash is kind of, or some of the bosses are kind of meh. But I don't know. What do you guys think about lower in general?
I think it's a good dungeon. Yeah, I think some of the bosses are weird. I think that the disparity between some of the trash pulls as well. Like you're just never supposed to pull an attendant, and that mob just looks like all the other mobs, and that's really weird for pugs.
Oh, the retainer packs. Yeah, those
Yeah.
are bad. But then people start going to
But that's
that
like-
spider area at the end of the season too, and that was
I
kinda
loved
weird,
that.
right?
I feel like if
I think
there-
the
if you have
spider
a-
area is good.
Yeah, like some like options of going in the spot, like the 3 different kind of main paths you can take through that dungeon. Although I will admit, usually the path that I saw taken was you kill the first boss and then you wipe at some point and then you jump down the side and you're in the main part of the dungeon the other way.
I mean, I still think the worst part was Opera and the RNG. Well, not RNG, but like the rotation of morals.
Ooh.
Like, had those not been on a rotation, it would have made the dungeon significantly better. But the fact that like there was like so many different versions of both those fights makes that dungeon feel so much worse. Like I
think
don't
the
even
I-
know what those fights are because like all I did was TGP.
You could
Or we had the same
rework
ones.
that boss pretty reasonably and make that dungeon a lot better, right? I do think that trap mechanic on that fight, having to like specifically trap some of the mobs on the stage, is also just not very good.
Oh yeah, I mean that entire Morose thing. Just some of them are just way harder than others, right? I mean, actually, how do you guys feel about the rotating thing just in general on both of them, like first boss and Morose? Like the fact that there's something different every week. Do you think that's
Get it
just,
out of here.
think it's bad?
Get it out of
fan.
here. It's too
That's bad,
distinct,
yeah.
and it's also a bad balance. If there was like a way to have it actually be remotely balanced, or like in a way where it's like interesting, but you're not having a massive learning curve, I think it would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dorky, what is your final pick?
Well, the people-pleasing answer would be Junkyard, but fuck that shit. I'm gonna go with Sanguine Depths.
Dude.
That's my.
Okay,
that's my pick.
I actually respect.
I respect it. Yeah.
I actually respect you doing that because after doing Maw of Souls, which is the opposite of Sanguine Depths, where it's like actually a bad dungeon that people will pick on, this is like making people actually challenge their conviction. Because like through 3 votes, you definitely win because Maw of Souls is a people pleaser, and you have Gambit. But like Sanguine Depths, actually I don't know because remember people's opinion changed. Like when we did a best dungeon, Tettles, you were not here for this, but we did a best dungeons list, and Dorky put Sanguine Depths near the top of it, and as he typed it, the entire chat was like, what a fucking bad pick, Sanguine Depths is so fucking bad, whatever. And then Dorky was like, yeah, well, Sanguine Depths is good, and if you think Sanguine Depths is bad, it's because you're bad. And then next week, I put Sanguine Depths on my worst dungeons list, and they were all like, I mean, if you just don't like Sanguine, it's probably because you're bad. I mean, Sanguine W
Yeah,
dungeon.
That is
I mean,
insanely funny.
Literally exactly like everyone in
I mean,
chat
if you're a
felt
noob, then I
bullied
guess
by
you might
that.
not like it.
Everyone in chat got bullied by that, so they like changed their entire outlook on the dungeon because Dorky said that. So let's see if that also continues here.
Are you keeping the cages, I guess, for Sanguine Depths?
Oh,
Like, what would
100%,
you
yeah, I
change
think
about that key?
What would I change about Key? I think the biggest thing I would change is remove that 3-pack in front of the gauntlet. That shit is demonic.
Okay.
You know
yeah.
what I'm talking about? Yeah.
That pack was
The
demonic.
fucking-
The one that you always, the one that you always
overseer,
skipped.
the
Yep.
gargoyle and whatever. And probably just like the tuning overall. Like, I think the dungeon's fine otherwise. Like especially with classes now, you got to keep in mind like if we're bringing back this dungeon, imagine doing Sanguine Depths with current DH, current Wrestle Druid, fucking augmentation, and having like 50 billion stops. It would actually be an absolute banger. Because you're just doing constant big pulls and you're able to like extend all your buffs. You could probably do like some Wernstone shit to like extend your buff even more. I don't know. I'm sure you could do like so many cool things with lanterns. It's
I
actually
think
a
that's
pretty
kind of
fun dungeon.
disconnected. I don't think average players are ever extending their buffs.
Oh,
I didn't
absolutely
like-
not. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like how swingy it felt from like a high key perspective because like if you ever messed up a lantern, you were just losing the key. And it was a 40-minute dungeon. Like I was not a huge fan of those two.
Yeah, I
things in
feel
it,
like
but,
combination of long dungeon too is if you look at the War Within dungeons, they're getting shorter and shorter. So actually putting a long dungeon in your list is going to seem even longer because all of the War Within dungeons are like 3 or 4 bosses. So I think it might stick out. Is that the longest dungeon? That's not the longest dungeon on here, is it?
I think Motherlode might have also been 40 minutes.
Lower is pretty long too,
No,
right?
Lower's 38.
Yeah,
Lower's 38.
Lower was in the 30s.
Okay, Motherlode was also Motherlode was in 30s. So Sanguine Depths is the only 40.
Cathedral was pretty long, was it? Actually,
Dude.
I swear lower used to be a 42. Maybe they changed
Dude,
it.
I feel
oh yeah,
like
lower was 40 something.
I feel like
Oh, maybe
at some point,
maybe it's 38 for the most recent time they brought it back.
Yeah,
dude,
maybe.
before this round, I feel like Dorky had it won, but like unless the chat's just gonna like again change their opinion to like that like, oh, I'm not bad. Sanguine Depths is a good dungeon. Unless they do that, I think Dratnos can actually win now. Like I feel like
That's right.
Dratnos having
I've manipulated this
Streets-
from the start.
Streets, Motherlode. Like the thing is, he chose to wait until the last pick of the draft to get a cat on Mop dungeon, and no one chose to fuck him on that. I actually think you can win.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of hatred for Vault of the Wardens. I think that,
Nah,
that
that's
might
a
be
good dungeon.
disqualifying for a lot of the
Just
I
big
electorate.
think that
junkyard.
dungeon is awful.
I think-
but that's
I think
my
Vault's
personal
good.
thought.
Well, my final pick. And here's where this all sort of falls apart. I played the least WoW of all expansions during Mop and WAD, or Mop and Kata and WAD, that kind of area. So I have a pretty bad like anchor on which of these dungeons are good from back then. So I'm just picking kind of purely based off of vibes from the Kata and Mop era. I'm gonna go with Shadowfang Keep. That place is cool.
This was on my list. I
like it.
I think Shadowfang Keep would be awesome.
I think it's a nifty dungeon. I was looking at the other ones, and like none of the other ones are too nifty feeling. Shadowfang Keep is doing pretty well in my niftiness index, so I'm gonna go with it.
It has a decent amount of trash. The only thing is the mob count would be like exact count. Like there would be
Yeah.
no you'd have to definitely make some creative decisions to make it somewhat interesting as to what you're pulling, but that's
Max,
definitely good.
I put a video in the group chat. Can you pull this up? on
Guys, I
screen
gotta
real quick?
go.
Wait,
Oh, no.
what'd you pull up? What is this? Dratnos.
He has been to Shadowfang Keep. He made it up.
This is a video from 12 years
I gotta
ago.
go, man. I gotta go.
Video from
Holy
12 years
shit.
ago called Shadowfang Keep featuring Nearby Gamer. There's a video on your YouTube of you just doing
But
Shadowfang
you want
Keep.
to have everyone unsub from you?
Wait, are
go
you
to
talking in it?
channel? Do you want to torture
Yes.
25,000 people?
Just
Ooh,
25,000.
nice.
I play Minecraft. Usually that's
More.
Quite a
Wait,
big deal.
Draconian? What
Why
a
am I
fucking
yelling
guild
for it?
name.
I must have accidentally clicked on it.
Well,
Oh,
thank
you're-
Dracnos of Draconian.
Dude, Dratnos is clicking, bro. He's putting Thunderclap on his bars mid-key.
That is sick.
Oh my god.
Execute. These are
Dude,
the type
did
of
he
people
make this
that vote
guild
for
or what?
Shadowfang Keep, by the way.
Yo,
It
what's
is
the
a
lore
nifty
behind
dungeon, though, like-
Draconian?
I don't know. You got like this little area. I don't remember. What do the bosses in there do? God, it's been so long. I remember always having a good time. If you were to poll people on their favorite Kata dungeons, it's got to be Shadowfang Keep's got to be top 3, right? It's way up there.
Yeah,
I just think it'd be
it's
one of the
pretty
favorite. I just think Lost City of Tolvir would definitely be the best Mythic Plus dungeon. It's laid out like a current Mythic Plus dungeon or a good one.
I actually thought about taking Siege of New Zhao Temple and like reworking that.
No
that wall
fucking
boss.
way.
I think the trash in there. All right, let me cook for a second. I didn't vote for it because I think that people would hate it. I think the trash in there is actually kind of cool. You have the slimes that give you the damage bonus, right? And so you'd actually be able to like stack that up, kind of in a way that you did Sanguine Depths. But you'd have to rework that wall boss. That wall boss is awful.
Yeah, dude, I think Dorky had such going 2 is so OP. Like the fact that you got Gambit at 2 is insane, and only I chose to go Kata Mop before you, and I think Kata Mop have like 2 very, very strong picks. It's Stonecore and Lost City, and Stonecore's like just as good, and you got that later. So you got Gambit second, and you got that second of Kata. I think Mauve Soul's a dog shit pick. I think Sanguine Depth's a dog shit pick, but I think people will agree with Mauve Souls, and you may have gaslit them into believing Sanguine too.
Nah, you just gaslit them.
Dude, I think
Save your dog
Dratnos.
shit picks.
I think Dratnos might have lost with Shadowfang. I don't know.
Nah, Shadowfang's good.
I don't know what else you could have picked, but if like,
What else? Yeah, what else is there from Mop and Kata? I don't know. Hour of Twilight.
It's so interesting that we all avoided the WAD dungeons because we knew that those were landmines.
I thought I don't think
Dungeon's fucking
Skyreach.
cool, well,
Okay,
eternity.
if you do Skyreach and all you do is just speed up the like wind portion of Skyreach, it's a good dungeon.
I think Skyreach.
I didn't like
dude,
Skyreach. It was kind of
that
annoying.
wind area would make Skyreach, I think, my least favorite dungeon of all
Yeah,
time.
just
It's
said like
DOS.
just
on-
juice it.
I guess.
Dungeon just felt annoying in general. I don't know what it was.
Okay, so is this a chat poll or is this going on the Podyssey Twitter?
That's going on a chat
Oh,
poll.
shit.
Ooh, Podyssey
Wait, we need
Twitter.
a Podyssey Twitter too. Yeah,
Podyssey
do that too.
Twitter might be more interesting, like before the video comes out, because none of those people were here to be biased.
Yeah, they wouldn't
by
have heard
it.
the logic.
They wouldn't have. Well, the logic, I guess, is kind of important. Actually, I'm wondering how the
I don't
list.
care, just let it rip.
Interesting. I kind of we can do it both. We can do it on both, but I think like putting it on Podyssey vote would also be interesting to see how different Twitter, like if it catches the algorithm of like casual WoW Twitter, I think it might get like
Yeah,
massively
and people
different
like
votes
to.
too.
Yeah, because like usually on Twitter people just like to like click and not really chime in.
Yeah, I don't like my list, dude. I'm not. I feel like everything that I actually really wanted to pick, except for Cathedral and Lost City, which I think Cathedral and Lost City are as good of like criteria picks as you could, but like criteria picks are not how you like impress your list, right? Like you get the really
Yeah.
good dungeons that people like want to log into and they're recent and you remember them and you're like, I want to do these right now. Like even the good Kata and Mop and whatever dungeons they brought back required a lot of reworking, and it's just kind of hard to visualize that until you do it, you know? Like if you put Gambit on your list, you know exactly what you're getting, instant banger, right? I think Lost City would be fucking insane, but that's just a guess, you know? Could be also dog shit. So like even though picking for criteria makes sense, I think I made a bad decision by not choosing current dungeons there. I think the criteria were just in general less important to like make your list look really good.
Which is funny because that's like almost the opposite of how you play. Whenever you play, you're like, wow, these dungeons are fucking awful. I don't like this season. But whenever you're like looking at a list, you're like, oh wow, that dungeon is sick. I don't really care that one of these dungeons is bad.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, chat vote. Here we go. Doing a poll. So there will be two. There will be the Twitter poll and this poll. I'm actually a little interested to see who wins this one. I've seen a lot of people being Dratnos, Dorky, and Tettles Enjoyer in chat. I am definitely gonna lose.
I'll vote for you, Max.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I'll
here we
vote
go.
for you too.
I do think fourth pick was a pretty hard spot here because you
Yeah, I think I got fucked
get
on
picks
pick.
4 and 5, but like the good stuff is kind of
Yeah, but on
like 1 and 2 are really good. I guess they're you do have the good criteria options.
I
for-
think
yeah.
picks 1 and 2 were definitely super OP. I think 4 maybe could have been better if I chose to use it on the remaining good like non-criteria dungeons. Like I think I just basically
Yeah.
how much better Cathedral and Lost City are than the next best option. I could have gotten something close to that way later, and I could have gotten way better like current dungeons.
It is interesting that both you and Tettles like picked Legion dungeons first, and then also picked Legion dungeons last, right? So it's not like you were getting your Legion pick out of the way. You ended up coming back.
Yeah,
to
but that's
extension.
because I came back because I was just like, all right, well, look at what's
Yeah.
gone.
Bro,
you know?
what else am I supposed to pick? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You do.
Yeah.
You burn through it real fast.
Yeah, I
I mean,
also.
what would you have picked first then? Like, are you picking Halls of Atonement?
Halls of Atonement was on my list. Even though I was trashing Maw of Souls, I had Maw of Souls on my list. Just I don't know, for people pleasing reasons. I had both uppers. I really enjoyed both uppers decently on there. Streets was on there. I had Vault on my Legion, my WoD and Legion list too. I'm surprised people hated that much. I really like Vault. I think Vault's like really underrated.
Vault's beans.
The thing is though there was definitely like when you think about how people are going to look at, I'll put the poll up in a second, how people are going to look at choices. I think no matter what WoD, Legion, Kata, whatever dungeons you put on there, it's immediately going to be met with, yeah, maybe that could be good. That's like kind of the best case scenario. Is like, yeah, maybe that could be good. Where like the thing that is the biggest part of someone's list is something they know will be good. Like, oh, that's a banger. Where like 1 and 2,
Yeah.
you like Motherload and Gambit are going to carry so hard for that.
I think that there's going to be a lot of like negative carrying of these, where people are going to look through the 4 and then find the one that has the least offensive, worst option. And
But
vote for
I don't
that
think
one.
I don't think people are gonna vote like that though, right?
I bet they
even-
will.
even
Like,
though-
I think there are going to be people who are going to disqualify Dorkies for Sanguine Depths. Are going to disqualify mine for Vault of the Wardens. They're gonna like look at them and they're gonna be like,
Dude,
I can't vote for a list
in
that
a
has
way,
that dungeon in it.
I feel like Tettles might win then.
Yeah,
'cause
Tettles has the least bad
correct.
worst
Yeah,
dungeon.
if you are
I
someone,
picked DPS dungeons. I literally just picked
Yeah.
DPS dungeons.
if
straight
you
across the
if you
board.
are someone who is like looking at it like, oh, what's the dungeon I would absolutely hate doing, rather than, because some people are just like that, pessimist versus optimist, like versus like, oh, I'm gonna love doing Gambit for a whole season, right? Like, I think you look at Tettles list and you're like, I wouldn't mind doing all of those, rather than, oh wow, I can't wait to do whatever, right? All right, I'm slamming the poll.
Yeah, and for anybody who missed it as well, mine is Streets and Dorky's is Gambit for
Oh,
Tazavesh's.
yeah. And also same with mine. Mine is Karazhan upper and his is low. Well, his says lower, so that should be obvious. Dude, holy fuck, Dorky and Tettles are in a dead heat right now.
Oh my gosh.
It's so fucking
Oh
close.
my gosh.
Guys, I present an alternative candidate, a compromise option between Dorky and Tettles. Vote Dratnos 2024.
Yeah. Actually, I'm closer to Dratnos than I thought.
I think picking fourth is really hard.
Yeah. My copium is that I got fucked with being fourth.
Dude, I actually
I
think
give
this
you a
format
vote,
was pretty
Max.
good. I was thinking about this for like, I was talking about this on stream today. I was thinking about this for a few days. I didn't know what to do with it. With this idea for this format for snake drafting.
Oh, this is a sick idea. This is a, I don't know how many of the things we've done where you could apply this to it. I mean, you could definitely do this with raid bosses too.
Although the raid bosses, it's like, us and Growl would have no overlaps in the bosses we wanted. Like, I think that what makes this good is that there's pretty strong overlap in what we want, right? And we're kind of just haggling over whether we should pick it first or third.
Yeah.
I think the pick requirement was also pretty good with this, right? Where you had to pick one from.
Yeah, I think adding some stipulations was nice. Although, honestly, I think it was probably less impactful than you'd think because we did run out of good non-stipulation options, so we ended up going to the expansions that were stipulated anyways.
You know what I'd be really interested in doing? This is kind of an alternate reality thing, but I wonder if you were to do this on... You could do this on Twitter, but although people will have watched this and go to Twitter and know who voted for what, but I also wonder how different the votes would look in any scenario without names attached to it, and people just voted on looking at the dungeons.
I think that is how we should do it on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, we should
just do, like, get Frank to make an image of each of the 4, like, dungeon pools or something.
See, I actually think this is my thought, is that Twitter is actually going to vote more with the glass half full optimist angle. I think someone on Twitter is more likely to see Gambit or Motherload or whatever and be like, I'm logging the fuck in. I just feel like more people that are mad at everything are on Twitch a lot.
Yeah, I still think though that like a visceral
not on
negative
Twitter?
reaction to the bad dungeons is likely to happen. Like, I don't know. I remember when I saw this upcoming season's dungeon pool, and I saw like, Siege of Borealis in there. I was like,
Yeah.
Dorky does win the poll, and there are exactly 216 people who voted and have all tricked themselves into thinking that Sanguine Depths is a good dungeon.
Holy shit. I actually won for once.
I think that dungeon
Is this your
so
first
hard
win?
for like average players.
Yeah.
good
Let's
work,
fucking go.
Dorky.
I like Dorky's dungeon pool. I think Dorky's dungeon
Yeah.
pool would be good.
Yeah, Stonecore's definitely good. I
this would be a fun season.
don't think Maw or Sanguine is good, but
No, it'd be a fun
I will
season.
log the fuck in for like, I'm serious. If Gambit was in a dungeon pool, ignoring every single other dungeon, if Gambit alone existed, I would play Mythic Plus for that season. I know I would. I mean, every single time I went in that dungeon, it was fun.
Are we running out of dungeons to bring back now? I wonder.
Yeah, that's also a interesting. Well, the thing is like Blizzard knows that, and that's why they're fitting in a few stinkers with each patch. Like they're.
Yeah.
What's the first season of?
yeah. A sprinkle of shit along with your ice cream.
Yeah, like it. I mean, that's true. Aren't they doing
Well, they're doing 3 stinkers in season 1.
Borealis,
Yeah, Siege of
Necrotic
Borealis,
Wake,
Necrotic
Mystic
Wake,
Scythe, and
Grim Battle. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really hard to confidently say that a Kata dungeon will be a stinker. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest, dude. You could pick any Kata dungeon, any of them, and it could be bad, good, or great, and it just depends on that. Like what they did with Throne of the Tides makes me think that depending on how much work they put into it, they could make any of those dungeons good because they could just be completely and totally different. So who fucking knows? The Kata dungeons are just like a straight up like Joker card. Like you just have no idea how good they're gonna be.
I think with a full PTR of beta testing or full beta of beta testing, Kata dungeons are more likely to be better as opposed to in between patches where you have only like weirdos beta testing and they don't change anything.
What would be another good snake draft?
Build your own.
You could do it
raid,
and make like
probably.
TGP comps.
You could do TGP comps and you only have like oh, that's actually really interesting. Like, do you choose the tank early? Like, do you send Vengeance DH insta? Do you?
Yes.
I mean,
yes, you do.
Yeah, somebody selects Vengeance Demon Hunter with their first pick, and it's either
That
the
is
first
your
guy or the
101
second guy.
100% of the time. Otherwise, you were throwing.
Yeah, actually,
you're
that's
responsible to not
really
lose
interesting.
from then on out.
Yeah, I like that actually. I think that would be fun. I think even doing what we did already with, like, what are the best Mythic Plus dungeons ever? You could just forget the ones that haven't been Mythic Plus dungeons yet. You could just straight up.
Yeah, we could just draft.
You
our
could
favorite.
just draft your favorite and then see who has the best list. That would actually feel. This one you definitely felt like there's 4 people drafting. There was 2 criteria and 2 that are not criteria, and it felt like there were less than 2 or 3 really solid selections for every single one. And that would not
Raid
be the
and
case.
bosses maybe, and you're only limited to like
so-
mop and up.
So
We
raid,
could do like construct your own class, picking like an offensive, a defensive, a utility, and a movement ability.
God.
Oh, that's interesting.
Class?
No, that's super
Yeah.
interesting. And you could have a list of like all of the major cooldowns
Yeah.
plus like defensives. And that
Yeah.
actually is like super sick. I think that's really good. And I think someone would definitely take like Death Grip #1.
Death Grip sick.
I think like
A
if
veteran of the Third War. That is the.
well,
that is the
Death
pick.
Grip just windmill
Nerd.
dunks every utility, right?
No,
Yeah,
you use
well-
Arcane Intellect.
Yeah.
No, that's like
Fortitude.
Raid buff- yeah,
and
we
a
could put
raid
raid
buff.
buffs in
You
there
could
as
you could
well.
add a raid buff. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could have a raid buff section.
I'll take Mark of the Wild.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's actually a really fucking good idea. The guy in my chat who makes these spreadsheets is trembling in fear from the amount of things he would have to put on there. But all right, shout out. Thanks for the content, boys. That was fun. That was fast. That's also a lot faster than top 10s too. So you could actually, with more of these things, you could actually add more people or more selections. I actually don't think adding more people up to like 5 or 6, depending on which content you do, would actually even be bad. I think it would be potentially good. You just wouldn't want to add it to where it dilutes the quality selection of each individual list by a lot. That would be
Yeah.
like even
We had a little bit more in the tank here though. Like that, we could have taken a little bit more dungeons.
Oh,
out of
interesting.
this, and it
Actually,
wouldn't have
okay.
changed it
So
that much.
so tell me what other dungeons you guys had on your list. I had, I think Mogishan Palace from Cat and Mop is actually a potentially really good Mythic Plus dungeon. I had, what was it? I didn't have, bro. I was like tapped on current dungeons. Like, I mean, you saw Dratnos take Shadowfang Keep his last game. Like, what the fuck would you guys take in the non-criteria dungeons if there was like 1 or 2 more selections?
I didn't love the Shadow. I was looking at the Shadowlands dungeons, and I was like, I'm not in love with many of these.
Like here, just for the sake of argument, let's say you guys, if everyone starting from Dratnos again, we all had to select 4 dungeons just as a thought exercise, what would you guys select? You could pick any dungeon.
Arcway. I'd probably end up taking Arcway.
See, that's, I mean, that's
Yeah.
tough, right? Like, I don't know about
it's
that.
not. Listen, I'm not feeling good about it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
Just-
none of these. Like,
I'm taking it.
would anyone make a selection here and feel good about it?
I think you could take like Blood Maul Slag Mines.
That's a reach.
That's
yeah.
just a stinker.
You take
It's just
Junkyard
old
and,
dungeons, man. I don't know. Like,
other
they,
people.
they could bring back Blood Maul Slag Mines, and maybe it would be great because if they were going to bring back something that far, they would just change a ton of shit. That's
Yeah,
I'm so
at this point, like that's what any of these, like that's what Shadowfang Keep is as well, right? Like
Yeah.
any of these picks is basically like, I like the architecture. Let's see what the new tenants do with the place.
Why did you
I think
make a
that-
YouTube video of this?
I was making YouTube videos back then, man. I was a YouTuber.
Yeah, but
I
like,
was doing WoW between my Minecraft videos.
okay, but like, what was the purpose of this? You're just resizing your UI
Yeah.
mid dungeon.
I didn't know how to make interesting videos yet. I was just making videos.
This has 700 views. That's insane.
That's right.
Don't
I was
say that
owning.
he still
I was
doesn't know how
popping
to make
off.
interesting
Yeah, that was
videos.
owning back then.
Oh, she has got a
Yeah.
Facebook link too.
That's right. Log in.
Wait, really?
Can
Click
you,
on
can you
that.
explain draconian?
That's right.
Or Drat.
It's like the word draconian, but it's got drat in it, which was my name starts with drat, so it was
So
cool
you're just
because
naming
it's.
a guild after
Are
yourself.
all the people
That's
you're
right.
queuing with part of the Dratconian clan?
I don't remember. One of them was another like YouTube guy.
Let's see. This guy.
We're all
Yeah.
fans.
This guy. 2 of these people are both in Dratconian.
That's right. I had a following. It was a cult of personality.
Oh my god, that guy's name is Nearby Gamer, and the warrior's name is Nearby Wife.
That's right. that was guy
nearby
and
his wife. Nearby his wife. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old husband-wife dungeon duo.
That is sick.
That was a powerful combo back in the day.
Do any
Still
of
is.
those exist at high level Mythic Plus? Have you guys ever run into a like tandem husband-wife high Mythic Plus group?
One of the
Sense
guilds
his
on my
wife.
server has
Uh,
their 2
yeah.
tanks are husband and wife, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Sense and Soul. Or
Sense of
married.
Soul, yeah.
Yeah.
That is hype.
Got married. I don't know, dude. I'm trying to think of any other.
Yeah. Dude,
Maybe
I
not
don't know.
married, but you know, couples.
If I had another pick and it was purely just my list, like, but wait, aren't they bringing Mist back? Mist of Tyr to Scythe?
Yeah.
you can-
Yeah, I mean, I actually like that dungeon. Every time I did that season, I enjoyed it. But I know that people
I thought
hate
that pick was
dungeon.
off limits.
It is. It is
I
off
don't know.
limits.
Yeah,
I
I think
just
it-
it
I
is
think
off
it is.
limits. The only reason I said I was gonna pick is because I actually didn't know they were bringing it back. What are the chances that Siege of Borealis isn't bad?
I think there's a
30%?
chance.
I mean,
I mean, like,
I
what?
don't think it's about the dungeon they bring.
Yeah,
back. I
like,
just think
it-
it's about
there-
what they do.
Exactly, okay, one of the things in favor of Siege is that a lot of the most offensive stuff is pretty easy to fix. Like spotter nonsense.
The last boss
Alliance
isn't
and
easy
Horde
to
having
fix.
different dungeons, like those are easy fixes, right?
Last boss stinks really bad. I don't
Yeah,
know.
last boss does stink bad, but last boss stinks bad in a sort of similar way to Halls of Infusion last boss, so maybe they've got the recipe.
Oh,
but
true.
Part of the problem with the last boss of that dungeon too wasn't just the tyrannical scaling on the tentacles, but it was also like you had to tiptoe around the tentacles because if you walked too close to the Dominator tentacle, then it would activate. Right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
That was.
I
a
suspect
huge-
that will not work anymore.
I also didn't like how tyrannical on the second boss, whenever she jumped on that ship, tyrannical versus fortified was like minutes longer.
Yeah.
That was really bad. And then there was like Horde versus Alliance. Like, surely that goes
That's
away
easy
too,
to
right?
fix. Yeah, and in fact, I feel like that's mandatory to fix with cross faction groups now because
Well,
otherwise,
what do you
it's like-
think they're gonna do? Do you think they're just gonna default it to just
Yeah,
like
just
the
default it
Horde?
to one or the other, probably the Horde version, but because
You get the Alliance version that's three key levels harder.
I
yeah, the
feel
Alliance
like-
version was so messed up.
I feel like they're not gonna do that. Like I feel like it matters to them that it's different for.
Well, but nowadays
Nah,
most
there's
groups
no
have a
shot.
member of the Horde and the Alliance, so that would turn Siege into like, okay, make sure we pass lead to our Horde player, reset, zone in.
Yeah, it
and
does
get the Horde
sound cursed.
version.
One nice thing about Siege, at least, is it gives an old dungeon for people to do because, like this season, when you have all 8 new dungeons, it's just like way too fucking much. The dungeon is just like overloaded with shit, amount of trash mechanics and boss mechanics and stuff.
In general, I would be looking for them to make trash a lot less.
Yeah.
Have a lot fewer mechanics just in general. I think it's just so hard to like really, dude. Pugging Noku defensive, I'd rather not play like than pug a Noku defensive. Like we know that somebody's dying to the cast going off. Like people aren't gonna press stops or kicks or anything.
Dude, I can't get something out of my head. When I posted Lower as one of my favorite Mythic Plus dungeons ever, which is true. I fucking love Lower Karazhan. The chat was filled with, "That's so bad. I fucking hate Lower Kara. Fuck that. Bad dungeon. Bad pick." And then Tettles picked it today, and everyone was saying W, lower great, lower good.
Tettles W.
I'll literally pull up the chat from other videos. I'm positive that is what happened too. I wonder if there's just like people that just like, if I just pick something, they're just gonna be like, nah, bro. Like fucking just no.
Yeah. It's crazy because there's like a lot of streamers have a lot of different haters or whatever, but it's weird because yours are in your own chat.
Yeah. I don't fucking. They fuck. I'm bro. I'm
He's a
gonna
hate watch farmer.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in. I'm gonna be in one of these, or I'm gonna win one of these one day. It's gonna be fucking legendary. I think I'm the only one who hasn't won. I think Growl's won, Dorky's won, Ratnos has won. So I haven't won. I haven't. Not only have I not won, I've been the last place selection on all of them but one of them.
It was easy. You just gotta be
That's tough
fake as
for me.
hell.
That's right.
You gotta be what? Did you
Fake
just?
as hell.
Oh, fake. I thought you said thick, and I was like, what?
Oh yeah, you just gotta be fake.
You
as
just gotta
hell,
be.
too.
You just gotta be thick as fuck. Well, now that I brought it up, now chat's gonna make it a bit, and they're just gonna be like, fucking fuck you.
I think that you got dealt no favors this time with the 4th pick.
Yeah, I still don't know if I were to go back in time. I wonder if I like even choose okay, what could I have chose with my 1st and 2nd pick as the 4th and 5th total pick if I didn't go for criteria? Because I confidently
Halls of Atonement, probably.
Halls of Atonement. What, like streets? Halls of Atonement streets? Is that the best?
All streets, junkyard, bang.
Well, I can't do all 3 of those, or 2 of the 3. I still feel like I turbo lose. Like I would just like those don't pop off the screen, and then my Kata and whatever after that would just be worse than Cathedral and Lost City. I don't know. I feel like you still get owned. That's the cope. The cope is picking 4th is hard.
We should do one of these where in advance we swap who is doing like which list, and then we see if it's
I
like
could
you 'cause
already
they hate you.
I could already guarantee you that if we did the ones we've done so far and just did a Twitter poll with just the things, I guarantee you mine would have more of a percentage votes than it did when I'm doing it on my stream. 100%. But so such is life.
All right, I gotta run. GG's.
GG.
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 GG. All right, chat. We're gonna do one more thing today. Cathedral's such a shit dungeon, bro. That's just not true, guys. Cathedral is a good dungeon. Here, dude. Let's fucking watch a Cathedral, bro. Cathedral. Let's look at an MDI Cathedral. Did they have this method versus Radar? Yeah, sure. Who was, guys? Quick trivia question. Who was on Team Radar.io? Do you guys remember? I don't actually remember. Let's see. Lepen, someone named Asmonbald, Swag. I don't know if you know who the other people are. All right, check this shit out. You pull. Okay, so what they did is they had now pull this like mini boss with all this trash right away. We actually skipped this. So this is like an RP event. If you sky stepped to the right. Oh, wait. I think they might be doing it. Or maybe he's grabbing extra trash. Max, please look at Reppy T. What's he doing? He's just sleeper dogging. That's it. He's just sleeping. Why look? Okay, they skipped through this. Oh wait, no, you have the paladins. Oh, the paladins were going to start RP, I think, but we just skipped all this trash in general and pulled it on top of where you did the RP. I don't know. You do a big pull here. All right, everyone's dead. Not a great example. You can go up here. You got like the tree area. There was like only like one important cast that mattered, but a bunch of mobs, and the trash didn't really do a lot. Then you have the tree boss. You had like a little bit of a damage amp. Not a super annoying boss. Decent healing check. The deaths were intended. Oh, they were intended. I forgot. If you didn't do that thing, you had them mass res. So you had them all die under while the Holy Pally invised and went up, and then you got mass resed up top. To force the RP event. We didn't do that. We just pulled all the trash to that point. Maybe MDI is not a great example because not super relatable tactics and stuff, but you still get to see the dungeon. Do that. Do the boss. Think you found a way to pull trash into this? Yeah. Oh, like you had. Okay, so this was like a fun little cleave boss. These little things would fixate you, and you would just kind of just control them under the boss and cleave them down. They didn't have a lot of health. You killed them over time. Big frontal, just like most trees. Most tree bosses in WoW just like own the tank. Then after this, you have, it's only a 4 boss dungeon. We're moving. God, I miss Sky Steps. This was AoE stun meta too? What do you mean by that? Like you stacked AoE stuns? I guess you did. Yeah, you had Leg Sweep, Shadow Fury, and Chaos. What is happening? Hello, YouTube. Let's Dude, they're like they had to pull this video out of some random server. They're like, why is someone watching this? This hasn't been watched in so long. Belf, stun, stun, stun. Yeah, question. Have Mythic Plus dungeons actually increased in mechanical intensity over time? Or did we just lose Blood Elf and Legion was actually just as bad? We just never realized it. Think about it. This boss was actually kind of whatever. Little guy. Who is Asmonbald? I actually have no idea. They killed Trash Bite. Oh, wait, didn't you have to make him charge into the bookcases and shit? I actually don't even remember. What is it? I remember the last boss. I don't remember the third boss. Was it this? That's not the third boss, is it? No. Oh, yeah, this guy. This guy was sick. The YouTube servers have to be downloading this from the vault. Yeah, there's like a huge alarm going off at Blizzard right now. They're like, how the fuck did this happen? Cleave this boss down, go in the middle for the big AoE at the end. Bro, this is so slow. Oh, then you do 2 bosses back to back too. You do 2 bosses in the last room. That's a W. Being done, basically it's a 4 boss dungeon with only 3, it's only a 3 boss dungeon worth of trash. Because you get to the last boss room, and then that's the last 2 bosses in a row. So like, best possible way to do a 4 boss dungeon, you know? You do 2 bosses in a row in Oldemon 2, but that dungeon is trash? Not really, right? You get to the end, and then there's a bunch of trash in between the 4th and the 5th boss. Yeah, you might skip it, but them spawning right on top of each other is pretty good. Alright, the other thing I wanted to do today was actually look at loot. I wanted to look at loot on Alpha. Because they announced the, or they finally, like, updated the Dungeon Journal with stuff this reset. You found some rares dropping some good shit? Dude, that's something they'll probably do again. Do you guys remember the first 2 weeks of Dragonflight where people were farming dirt and like killing the rares every day to get like these tiny fucking upgrades or whatever? I wonder if they'll do that again. They probably will. Because people absolutely loved that, and it was like probably the easiest content to make of all time, and none of it mattered at all, but people just ate it up. It was such a waste of time. Isn't that impressive, though? It was such a waste of time, yet people were fucking fiending for that shit. Like they were addicted to drugs, man. Woken up every day looking for more dirt. I don't think people loved it. It was just FOMO. Well, I mean, maybe. That's assuming like people were logged in and they're like, oh man, this new expansion comes out and I just really don't want to play and farm rares, but I feel like I have to. I don't know. I was in Discord with 20 of my guild members at the time, and everyone was in a super good mood. It definitely seemed like people were having a lot of fun. I mean, if you were FOMO from that, you were just fucking lost because actually none of it mattered. None of it mattered. And it was obvious that none of it mattered. You could see the eye level of loot that dropped from the season. None of that shit mattered. All right, let's look at the raid. All right. All right, first boss loot. What do you got for me? Okay, got some templates that don't really matter. And then we got a trinket. Agi trinket. Inject an enemy with digestive venom, dealing nature damage over 20 seconds. While active, your attacks and abilities against the target restore HP. Overhealing from this effect permanently increases your max health by the same amount, decaying rapidly upon leaving combat. Oh, that's actually kind of... So I read the first part, and I'm like, okay, this sounds like just like a pretty bad tank trinket. But then the second part makes it a really interesting tank trinket. And also, this is a really interesting, like, DPS trinket. Like, this is an insane... Bro, like, couldn't you use this? Like, if you're ever worried about a boss that's going to kill you, man, if you use this, you are going to increase your max HP by, like, 30%, and it only goes away after combat. So, like, as long as you have this on the pull, you just are going to have enough max HP to never get one shot. That's pretty insane. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Okay, I actually like that. I usually think tank trinkets that sound like this are almost always like super bad, but that actually sounds kind of useful. Aberrant Spellforge. That's a cool trinket, gonna make loot distribution hell though. I mean, you probably just give it to your tank, and then after your 2 tanks get it, you'll just have people in your guild. It's not very rare. Like, I don't know. You'll probably get a good amount. It's off the first fucking boss, bro. You can get this on any difficulty, too. I think it'd be super easy to get this. Second boss. Okay, a bunch of placeholder stuff that doesn't matter. Aberrant Spellforge. It's an equip and an on-use. Equip accumulates dark power from the Spellforge every 15 seconds to empower your next spec spell to deal 50k additional shadow damage. It's an int trinket. So it'll be a certain spell based on your spec. So let's just say you're a fire mage. It's the next Pyroblast that does additional shadow damage. The on-use of it is a 1-minute CD. You recklessly intensify the power of the Spellforge, increasing its damage by 25% until shortly after leaving combat, up to 5 times. Okay. At full power, you gain 900 haste for 6 seconds when empowering your spec spell. Beware glimpses of the unseeming. Okay, that's just some lore shit. So, Anvil. Well, it looks like it's going to be Anvil. Well, I don't know exactly how Anvil works, but it's just every 15 seconds, you're going to deal extra damage with an equip. Every on use once a minute, you can make that a little bit stronger. And then, I guess, 4 minutes into the pull, you're going to get... You're going to get haste every single time you press whatever spell it wants you to press. And it will be doing extra damage. Bro, this seems so insane. And it ramps. Like, later on in the fight, it's going to be even better. And then if you can stay in combat in Mythic Plus, this sounds like it would be sick for a Mythic Plus dungeon, too. 6 seconds every 15 seconds. Yep. Wow, that's fucking... It's fillers max, so Fireball, Shadow Bolt. Interesting. I mean, that sounds really, really good. Really unique, too. I think it's cool. Another int trinket. Looks like a healer trinket. Yeah. Feed the Coagulum. Redirecting 20% of all healing done until 400k healing has been consumed. Redirecting 20% of all healing done. So are you nerfing your healing by 20% by using this? To burst later, I guess. Once sated, the coagulum bursts to heal 5 allies for 300k. Lingering effulvia, which don't know what the fuck that means, causes effective allies' next attacks to deal additional shadow damage increased by the overhealing done by the coagulum. Interesting. So it's like a support trinket. But I mean, it's not a ton of damage, right? If you're giving this to 5 allies, each person is going to hit for... It's going to do like 500k total damage. Give it to Augs. I mean, this would probably be pretty bad for Augs, right? How long does it take Augs to do 400k healing? Probably give it to healers. Augs would have a better trinket for this. Sorry, you not only do you have to do 387k healing, you would have to do 5 times more than 387k healing for 20% of it to equal that number. Yeah, you would never put this on an AUG. That'd be horrible. Would be decent on tanks if it wasn't int. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, even then, it's like, you know. Oh, 90k plus overheal, so it could be 300k? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. They make a bunch of really interesting trinkets, but like if they're not, if a robot doesn't tell you that it's the best one, then like none of them matter. That's why trinket design is so interesting to me. Like a bunch of people would tell you that a certain trinket is bad, but it's because they've never actually used it before, or the design is bad, but it's only because a robot didn't tell them that it was the best one, where like they would know about that trinket if they played with it, you know? But like you just go into a patch knowing which one your best trinket is, so you don't actually think about trinket design. You don't think about what they do. You just, you know. Okay. Continuing on. We have tier off this boss. We have a very rare necklace. Let's look at the neck first. So it's a high haste, low mastery. Receiving healing from allies. Has a high chance to restore 6k mana to your ally and grant you both 600 verse for 10 seconds. Wow. That's really interesting. So I don't know about the mana thing. It's really interesting when they make mana trinkets or mana items, because it seems like mana trinkets are either like so little mana that you would never consider actually putting the trinket on. Like you could buff it by 10 times and it's bad. Or it's so good, like the Rashok trinket, that you would actually just use that trinket until like the next expansion unless they nerfed it. Like there's no in between with healer trinkets. They're either so unbelievably bad or just like the best healing trinket ever, right? Now that's just talking about mana healing trinkets in general. This is not a healer specific item at all. Just saying in general. So like for example, I don't know if 6k mana is a lot. Let's say mana is really hard to manage. Let's say every healer you're running in the first raid is really mana hungry. You probably want every single person who likes haste in your group, you want as many of these as possible so you can give the maximum amount of mana back to healers, right? Depending on how often stuff like that procs. The giving you both versatility thing is nice for every class, right? It's just like a neck that already has good stats for you and it just gives you some more free stats. Nice. 6k is like 1 wild growth. Yeah, but like over the course of a fight, it depends on the ICD of this, but getting this to proc on you multiple times plus the 600 verse for 10 seconds definitely isn't bad. Does it work with the Shadow Priest Team Leech thing? I have no fucking idea. I've never read this before right now. Sounds like you're going to want every single person in your raid who likes Haste Mastery to wear this neck. Because it's just going to give you free value, right? I don't think it's under budgeted. Plus, it'll also be higher eye level. So, more health. What is it? Wouldn't this be turbo broken on progression if your whole raid group has it?
it wouldn't be broken if you have someone who doesn't like haste to have this. Like, this would just be objectively bad to put on someone that haste isn't one of their good stats, right? Oh, let's look at the trinket. Agi trinket. Agi strength. Equip. Assume a martial stance based on the last weapon drawn. Huh? Wait. Oh, so every time you use this, it cycles? Like cash? Yeah. So the on use will be Sarukian Flourish. Conjure dual swords from the arsenal to rend your target, dealing 360k shadow damage over 3 seconds. You gain parry and avoidance until the next weapon is drawn. And it's on a 1-minute CD. So you'll have parry and avoidance for a minute until you press it, and then you'll get more stats for the next minute. Or different stats, and then it'll do a different effect. It's like a deck of weapons, yeah. You just, like, pull some shit out. Tank trinket? This could be a DPS trinket. It just depends on how powerful the effects are over a fight. That's all. It could just be giving you parry, you know, but the next one might not give you parry. Avoidance benefits everyone the same. It depends on what loot table it's on. Here, you can see right now what they intend it to be. It is not on the Brewmaster pool, but it's on the Windwalker pool. So it's actually intended to be a melee trinket. It's not even in the tank loot pool, so. All right, Rashanan also has a very rare item. It has a cloak that has stamina on it, thank God. Taking damage greater than 25% of your health grants you 2,700 avoidance and increases healing taken by 10% for 10 seconds. This effect may only occur every 90 seconds. That's real good. That's fucking real nice. We like that for sure. Spore cloak at home, yeah. I mean, if you want crit, you'll want that cloak. I mean, you actually just might want that cloak. I don't know. Like, if crit's a bad stat for you, you probably won't want this, right? Like, well, dude, taking damage greater than 25% of your health grants you a ton of avoidance for the next 10 seconds. Bro, the thing that you needed avoidance for already happened. Right? Like, I think it would be... All I'm saying is this sounds good. It's just... And it's going to be higher eye level, so nice, right? But I don't think that this is, like, something you have to have. Sounds like it's extremely niche as far as the actual effect on it. But, like, if the item isn't budgeted, it's just, like, extra, so you feel like you want it. But I don't know. You'd probably put this on and never even think about this proc until, like, you notice after a key, you're like, hey, that saved me one time, you know? Catalyze it for the stat change. Hey, you could. Let's read the trinket. Yeah, it's just interested to see. I'm interested to look at the rest of the very rare items and see how strong they make them, because we've gone on like a interesting little winding road here with trinkets, or with very rare. Like, very rare items in Vault of the Incarnates were very rare and very powerful. And then people complained because it was hard to get them, and they felt like they needed to have them, and if they didn't have the best items, they were mad, and they didn't like them being rare. All right, so next patch, Aberrus. Blizzard makes very rare items way more common and way less powerful. There was like 2 classes that really, really liked the Neltharion trinkets, but generally speaking, I don't think anyone wanted the very rare trinket off the first boss. The regular non-very rare items in the raid were almost in general just better than the very rare items in Aberrus, and they made them significantly more likely to drop. And that kind of begged the question of, like, well, what are we even doing here? What's the point of adding very rare items if they're not even very rare and they're not even super powerful? For them to be very rare, they kind of have to be powerful to make up for their rarity. Like, basically, the people who hate very rare items the most are just Mythic Plus players, because they're like, I don't like the idea of a raid item potentially being good in general, because then I have to raid to get said item. And then also, if it's very rare, that means that it's even harder to get. And if it's even better, that means I definitely need it and I can't get it. And, makes sense. Screaming Black Dragon scale was really strong. That thing was stinky. Maybe for healers or some shit. I like chase items. Yeah, Blizzard loves chase items too. They want you to go after chase items. We've talked about this before, right? Like pretty much every decision going all the way back to Legion Legendaries, you can see that Blizzard always plays around with the friction of of how hard it is to get said item and how good said item is, rather than just giving you everything instantly, right? Like if you give everything to everyone instantly, you'll never remember the moment that you looted that item, but like every single person will tell you they can remember exactly where they were standing and like what fucking day it was, where if they looted their best Legion Legendary in the first 3 months. Obviously, the vast majority of people didn't get that item, right? And really disliked that. I'm one of them. But that's what Blizzard was going for, right? Like the negatives are people are sad because they don't have those things, but also that feeling that like, oh my God, I can't believe this dropped is something that Blizzard really wants to exude from players. But there are players who play this game only for performance, right? Which is not who Blizzard is making the game for. And those people generally, their philosophy about the game runs directly against something like that. Where I definitely think there's plenty of players who play this game that do actually love the feeling of like when something actually drops, but it's actually super rare to get. But there's even more interesting conversations when it comes to that, like current legendaries, like, right, for them to make a legendary actually cool, it would have to be unbelievably rare and unbelievably powerful, like Warglaives or something like that, right? But they could never do Warglaives in today's day and age because everyone would feel like they have to have it. There would have to be some bad luck protection until you got it because the classes that patch would be tuned for it, and then they would be bad until they got it, or they wouldn't be tuned for it and they would be super OP, and then everyone would complain that you had to have this class in your dungeons and everything. Like the gamers are like way too cooked now and are way too like tier listy performance based to ever do something MMO cool like that in today's day and age because people would just hate it. People feel like they have to have everything. So you can't have something be rare and cool and powerful. Just a different day and age in gaming. Anyways, moving on. So Rashanan's Acid Gland. Spray your target with volatile acid, dealing damage every 1 second for 20 seconds on a 2-minute on use. So you just put a dot on someone for 20 seconds. You spit on them. Spray your target with volatile acid, dealing nature damage every 1 second for 20 seconds. Your abilities intensify the acid's damage by an additional, it doubles it. Per second for the remaining duration, and splash up to 5 nearby enemies for a certain amount of damage per stack. Dude, that's awesome. It's like a ramping on use dot and also does AoE splash damage. Gigapole Trinket. Yeah, it could be a Gigapole Trinket that's also good on single target. I like the design. But it's so funny. You can sit here and say I like the design, but again, a lot of people who look at this game purely numbers-based and performance-based would be like, yeah, it's a cool design, but it's not my best Trinket, so I think it's bad design, and I'll never actually use it because it's not, like, best in slot for me, so that item is bad, you know? But I think it's cool design, and hopefully they tune it to be good. Up to 5 targets. How is that Gigapole? Oh, yeah, I guess they do target cap it. I mean, it'd probably still do a decent amount of damage, though, because it's per stack. So let's just say 10 seconds into this, that's going to be doing 4K every enemy. Actually, yeah, it's probably still going to... It's mostly just going to be a single target dot, I think. Because the single target dot is 10 times stronger than the AoE one, right? Damage seems kind of low. I mean, I'm sure they haven't tuned any of these things yet. Okay, next boss. No very rare item. 2 trinkets. An int trinket. Healer trinket. Your healing spells have a high chance to cause you to inject yourself with a charge of volatile serum. Multiple charges may overlap. If an ally drops below 70% health, you expel a charge to heal them for 210k. Okay. After 15 seconds, it catalyzes to grant you int instead. God damn. Wait, what does it mean after 15 seconds? So every single time you give a charge to someone, 15 seconds later, you get 3k int? I guess like I'm trying to get used to new expansion stat values. I'm assuming that's not a lot of int. Like I mean, it's like 50% more static int that's on this trinket. Right? Any healer trinket that does not do damage is dead on arrival. That's not true. There's a bunch of really, really good raid healer trinkets historically and recently that didn't do a ton of damage that were really strong. I mean, it's going to give you int, right? So, int is damage, right? He's probably just a Mythic plus Andy, which makes sense. Usually damage proc trinkets are much stronger on healers because their relative damage is much lower, so the proc outweighs the main stat, like from a trinket like this. Okay. Next trinket. Carefully balance the egg's incubation. While stationary, you gain stats every 1 second up to 30. Diminishes while moving. While moving, gain 124 of your highest secondary stat every 1 second up to 30 times. Diminishes when stationary. Additional stacks above 20 grant 60% reduced benefit. Suspend the egg's incubation state for 20 seconds. That's good. I mean, you spend a decent amount of your time standing still. And the fact that above 20 is 60% reduced benefit, you're not actually going to think about moving during that time. Because when you move, you're gaining secondaries anyway. And they're getting more secondaries than your primary. Let's assume you want primary instead of secondary. You're going to... Yeah, I think this is really good. And smart. If they didn't add the additional stacks above 20 thing, you'd have some people like purposely trying to stand still and fucking themselves. But because the stacks above 20 are like icing on the cake, there's no way you're ever going to think about moving or not moving. And if you ever specifically want to keep the amount of secondaries or primaries you have at any time, you can press a button every 2 minutes, like during your cooldowns or whatever, and you just keep all the stacks. So that's great. I feel like that's what is it? You kind of want to try and get 15-15. Yeah, you could. Right? Because stacks above 20 are reduced benefits. So ideally you'd want... Well, it depends on how close main stat is to secondary stats, right? It's possible you may want 10 more stacks of 60% reduced main stat rather than secondaries. If not, it would be close. 20-10 would also be fine. Yeah. I like that. Interesting little trinket. Something to think about. Mythic Plus, I think this would be a bit harder to deal with. But also, you could just choose another trinket. This sounds like one of those trinkets that would sim extremely well, but in practice would be harder to pull off. And I think there's a place in the game for stuff like that. Okay. Next boss. We do have a very rare. And 2 trinkets. Look at the very rare item. It is a one-hander. Does that one-hander have... less stats? No. The stat budget is the same, right? Just double checking. Yeah, same stat budget. It's just all rolled crit. So fist weapon, so can only be used by enhanced shamans, windwalker monks, and outlaw rogues, demon hunter. So outlaw, DH, and then enhance and windwalker. Okay. And what this does is it rolled all crit. So if you like crit, even better. And your attacks have a high chance to apply Queen's Bane to your target, dealing 79k shadow damage over 10 seconds. Okay, so it just does extra damage. So real good. Can you inspect it? Oh, good question. Maybe. For Mog reasons? Yeah, it looks like that. That thing looks good as fuck. What is the 2 set? So this is Void Reaper's Warp Blade. What is Void Reaper's Chimes? That's his trinket. So I guess we'll go into the trinkets here. So this trinket is an agi trinket, which is makes sense. Everyone that can possibly equip this one-handed weapon is an agi user. Your abilities have a high chance to summon a Phantom Ethereal, dealing 90k damage to your target and 8k shadow damage to all other enemies caught in its path. If the target is below 35%, it summons 2 additional Phantoms at 25% effectiveness. Okay, so summons 3 times the amount of Phantoms if that matters, and then but it will do 150% total extra damage. Interesting. The 2 set is this trinket will now always summon the 2 extra Phantoms, which is just so basically this trinket will do 50% more damage if you have the dot currently on a target. So gonna totally depend on how many procs you have, but I would imagine if you have this 2 set, there's a really good chance that this trinket is good, because if it isn't good if it's not good with the 2 set, that would mean that this would be doing not 50% more damage and is still a trinket in the raid, which is like the worst item of all time. It would be so bad. So who knows? Anyways, I like that though. Cool. Your spells and abilities have a very high chance to power the module. First of all, it's a haste trinket. I don't know who wants this. I'm currently on an agi class, so it's saying that I get agility, but maybe this works for everyone. Your spells and abilities have a high chance to power the module and receive a snippet of cryptic instructions from somewhere in the beyond. Collecting 10 snippets deciphers them to reveal your next task. It's probably nothing, so complete it to gain 10k main stat for 15 seconds. Another trinket that is one that will probably sim high, but looks like it will be unbelievably annoying to use. Generally speaking, trinkets that require you to pick things up to collect things to make your trinket work are really not fun and are typically huge sim bait and very bad. So we'll see exactly how that works, because I think it would be cool for them to make a trinket like this not super annoying and actually cool, so who knows? Alright, last 2 bosses. The Silken Court. No very rare on the second to last. There is a very rare item on the third to last boss. The 4th total boss. The 3rd total boss. And that is it. So 3rd boss, 4th boss, and 3rd to last have very rare. So it'll be easy to farm very rare without being a raider by doing just like pretty low level raid shit. Alright, second to last boss has 2 trinkets. Any interesting weapons or anything? Nope. Alright. One of them is Mastery Static. Your damaging spells dispatch a spider to spy on your foes, increasing your int by 71 per report per received. Stacks up to 40 times. This effect may only occur every 6 seconds. Wait, what? Let me read the second part. The use is a 20-second CD, which is use your accumulated knowledge to strike when the time is right, granting 600 something intellect per report for 20 seconds and consuming their passive effect. Okay, so every 6 seconds and it stacks up to 40 times. Anyone in chat do math real quick? Okay, so 4 minutes to fully stack. Oh, that's fucking... I like that, though. This is kind of like Coral. This is like Coral for casters. Right? It's Coral for casters. Straight up. Except it doesn't require you to just use it on one target. So basically, this is going to stack passively, and at any point you can choose to use it, and when you use it, it will give you a bunch of int. So I'll give you an idea of how people used to use Coral back in the day. Tanks, usually on single target, would actually use Coral and never actually use the on-used, because the passive benefit was actually better than the on-use for them, because they didn't have big cooldowns, unless you were a prot warrior. And then you would actually want to use Coral on cooldown in your avatar window, right? And that was with a worse design. This is actually a better design than that. But if you were a class that's super cooldown based, you probably want to use this on your CDs, right? Every time, maybe every minute, maybe every 2 minutes. You just always want to pop this so your 2 minutes are always more powerful. Or maybe there's a part of the fight that's really difficult and you need the damage for specifically that cooldown window. So on one set of 2 minutes, you don't actually use this and you actually save it so you have double the int for your next 2 minute, right? So you can actually, it's fully choosable of when you use this. Wow, fucking awesome. This is an awesome trinket. It is literally Coral, but made better in general and for casters. There's an extremely high chance that this trinket is good. I don't know if it'll be good on Sims for like, you know, like pure single target, but it'll be extremely useful with strategy and practical application of like using this to actually burn something at a certain point in the fight. And it also is giving you value like before you actually use it. It's giving you static stats before you use the on use, right? So what is it? It takes 4 minutes to max, so 50% power on 2 minute CDs. Yep, or 25% power on 1 minute CDs, but like there will be classes that want to use it every 1 minute. There will be classes that want to hold it. Totally depends. Max is Skarazard, mostly behind these trinkets. He has another colleague that does a lot of it, but this is something that he works on a lot. I don't know if he specifically made these. I haven't asked him about it, but this is, generally speaking, he is loot and rewards centric, so he works on a lot of this stuff, yeah. Okay, next trinket. That's fucking bad. That's the best trinket I've read so far. This has the potential to be the best trinket in multiple seasons. I mean, the last time Coral existed, like Coral is one of the best trinkets of all time. It's like top 3 trinkets for me of all time, Coral. And they just did it for casters. Super smart. Okay. Summon a scarab every 20 seconds. That retrieves a fortifying chunk of flesh from your target. Okay, so every 20 seconds when you have this, a little bug will come out. It's going to deal physical damage and reduce your damage taken by 50%. Oh, I can already tell you this is horrible. It's going to reduce... It's a tank trinket, I think. It reduces your physical damage taken by 50% until an extremely small amount of damage has been prevented. It's like an ignore pain trinket. It's like... I mean, it's like an absorb trinket. You guys remember those Nighthold trinkets? Was it off of Gul'dan? This, the Infernal Contract. Reduce all damage taken by 50% for 20 seconds up to this amount prevented, right? So, like, it's just like that. It's kind of like Ignore Pain, same thing. Just, whenever you actually get the... Oh, go back to the boss. Just a little tanky drink. What's the on use? 1 minute cooldown to send your swarm into a frenzy, summoning 12 scarabs over 3 seconds to ravage your foes. So, on AoE, this would be bad. On single target, though, 12 times 40, right? You'd get, like... I mean, this is... Yeah, so on a 1 minute CD, you're going to get an absorb from a single target for... I don't know how much health you have and current tuning, but just imagine you get, like, a massive ignore pain every 1 minute. Could definitely be a decent tank trinket, actually, now that I'm looking at this. The on use helps it. The first one is... This is all... Like, the base use is, like, really weak. And it's basically small constant mitigation. Nah, not really. It's like meaningless mitigation until a 1 minute, and then you'll actually feel it. There'll probably be certain tanks this is better for than others in general, just on like how... Generally speaking, tank trinkets that like give you a decent defensive every 1 minute are like... Some tanks have enough coverage where they don't need that, and for some tanks, like using a trinket like this will always make sure that their bark skin comes back after their whatever, and then like it just helps fill a gap of mitigation. So some tanks will want this, some tanks won't. What is it? It doesn't say that it's from that one target. Scarabs deal physical damage and reduce your damage taken by 50%. Yeah, that's not from one target, but your scarabs only retrieve the chunk of flesh from one target. So each scarab is only going to give you a 40k absorb, which will basically be a 50% DR for 80k something damage, right? And then 40% will be reduced. and then 12 scarabs over 3. It still just reads really weak to me. Like I'd bet a lot that this was not quite good enough, but like if it AoE'd, like if you were fighting 15 mobs and every scarab that spawned did 42 times 15, and when you used 12 scarabs, it like each scarab AoE'd that and gave you that, so it's scaled with mobs. That would be really strong. There have been tank trinkets stronger than that, right? And I think the base version of this is just really weak compared to historically strong tank trinkets. That's all. Max, does that damage percent thing change? I have no idea. Okay, last boss. We have a very rare and an extremely rare. Okay, so it sounds like it's a mount. Can you see the mount? It's pretty sick. That's definitely sick. Look at that. That's hype. Okay, but it's not going to drop on Mythic, I guess? There's no... Is there a Mythic mount, too? So it's like an extra mount. There's a Mythic mount at the top. Oh, yeah, you're right. Ascendant Sky Razor. All right, the Mythic mount is a red one. Wow. Wow. Cool. Okay, so... Let's look at the items. Any weird weapons? Nope. A lot of that stuff doesn't have any effects on it yet. Could get added. We have one trinket and one very rare item. Let's look at the very rare item. Very rare item is a ring that has crit on it. A lot of crit. So you definitely want... Crit would be your best stat. Is the only scenario where you'd want this probably. Dealing damage has a high chance to grant you a dose of venomous potential. At 5 doses, inject them... into your target to deal 200k nature damage over 3 seconds. Dealing nature damage has a chance to grant you an additional dose. Oh, super interesting. So, not only is this gonna just be... I mean, if you like crit and mastery, it's just gonna be the highest eye level crit mastery ring you can get. Seems like the budget is normal. And then on top of that, it'll also just give you like an extra damage proc. And doing damage specifically with nature will make it even better. So, what, Sin Rogue, also maybe Moonkin, but Moonkin doesn't want crit, right? Maybe Enhance. I don't know how Enhance is with crit. Usually, I don't think Enhance is crit, right? Usually it's Haste Mastery. Maybe it's a different priority for Storm, though. Storm is haste greater than all else. So would you want a ring with no haste on it and only crit, though? I mean, I guess it depends on how much damage that proc does. Max, those poison trinkets are going to be nature damage. Oh, true. Every class can get some value out of this by using a few of the raid trinkets that would all contribute to this. Good point. Max, do you like when they have effects that are based on specific damage types? Yeah, sure. Seems good. Like, I can see people not liking it, you know? Like, there are people that, like, all that ever matters to them is balance and meta and perfection, and I definitely have a bit of room for things just being cool and unique and different and trying things. So, boss model. Yeah. Fucking look at that thing. Jesus Christ. Geek. Yeah, she plays hockey. You're right. All right, cool. So, damn, who's the biggest very rare winner from the raid so far? It's definitely a one-handed fist weapon user that does nature damage. DH does fell, right? Wouldn't it be enhance? Or chaos, whatever? But is chaos all weapon types? Chaos is all damage types. Oh, so it's definitely Demon Hunter Outlaw. Rogue. Assassination rogues can't wear fist weapons, right? Zwen does nature. True. And oh wait, no, Windwalker too. Windwalker has a lot of like random damage you do as Windwalker. Is it nature? I don't think so. Like, is Rushing Jade, what's the damage type of Rushing Jade Wind? No, it says physical. So Rushing Jade Wind's physical damage. Strike of the Windlord's physical damage. Spinning Crane Kick is, I'm guessing, also Fizz. Okay, never mind. It just seems like it would be. What about Chi Wave? Like, no way Chi Wave is Fizz. It is nature, yeah. Okay, so I guess your Chi Wave would fucking proc that, which is like Chi Wave is super ass, but that's funny. What about Eye of the Tiger? Oh, did they remove that? Or is it just baked in now? I think they baked it in. They did not. Search nature. Okay, Jade Ignition is nature. Zwen is nature. Jade Fire Fists is nature. Gale Force. Oh, never mind. Thunder. By the way, guys, Strike of the Windlord is a 30-second cooldown, and every time you use it, for the next 10 seconds, your abilities replicate and do 10% of the amount of damage as nature. You're gonna do a ton of nature damage as Windwalker, or I guess maybe not specifically doing a ton of nature damage. You are doing a bunch of nature damage events, which is the only thing that matters. So it'll actually. So Windwalker's just as good as anyone for this. Oh, I guess DH would be a little better, but okay. So Windwalker would be great for that. Okay, let's read the last trinket. So please let this trinket be good, because dear God, is it annoying to me when end boss trinkets are boring and or bad. All right, base crit, giga high eye level, gorge on your target's, I said that like goofy, gorge on your target's essence, dealing 2 million shadow damage and healing you for 334. Okay. Damage and healing increased based on the target's missing health. So it does more damage as it gets lower, and cooldown reduced by 90 seconds if this effect kills the target. So not really like Grief Torch. It's like Beacon. This is like Beacon, but if it kills the target, it gets a reduction. But it's a Beacon that gets stronger and execute. So this is definitely, I mean, this will be a really good Mythic Plus trinket. Also, Beacon was BIS for melee in that patch, so. Can't wait for the weak aura for that one. Huh? Oh, to like show if it will kill the target? Yeah, it's actually a good point. You are going to want to execute targets with this. No cast time is nice. Yeah, it's not a cast. It's just instant. I mean, I bet there's one on the vendor, right? We'll find out. Any trinket testerman? I guess not. You need to be 80 to test them. All right, time to level, boys. Max, can we check out the boss models when we are done looking at the loot? That second to last boss sounds like a council boss. It is. Well, kind of. And I have a bad... And it's a terrifying remembering how the last council bosses have been. Well, to be fair, the last council bosses have all been super early in the raid. Right? So, like, a council boss near the end of the raid is going to function differently than that, right? What are the last time a second to last boss was a council fight? Not really Stone Legion. I guess you could argue Stone Legion. But a lot of the problems with Stone Legion did not have to do with the fact that it was a council fight. It had to do with the emphasis on the ads, the really, really poor spell queuing issues, and just overall the fight just kind of didn't work well. Lords of Dread. Not the second to last boss, but yeah, that was a good fight. How about a council final boss? Nah, I don't think there's usually a word for that. Claxy? Paragon's the Claxy in Mob? Yeah, that was an okay fight. Paragon's the Claxy was a worse fight than the two fights before it, Thok and Siegecrafter. Coven of Shavara. That was the third to last boss. Is Dark Animus a council fight? No. Dark Animus is super weird though. Like, Dark Animus is a completely unique boss fight. There's never been a fight like Dark Animus, and there probably will never be again. There's, like, that is a completely its own thing. Great fight. Dark Animus was a great fight. Iron Maidens? Oh, I guess you could argue that Iron Maidens... I mean, Iron Maidens wasn't the second to last boss in practice, but I believe it was in the Dungeon Journal. Yeah, in the Dungeon Journal, it lists Iron Maidens as the second to last boss, but Blast Furnace was by far the second hardest boss in that raid, and you did kill Blast Furnace last. But Iron Maidens in the Dungeon Journal does make it appear that it is a second to last council boss. But yeah. Blackrock Foundry was just completely, like, you could do whatever you wanted. Like, you could do these bosses in any order. I think you had to do Orgorger, Beastlord, Gruul first. I don't think you could do Hans and Franz first. Maybe you could have. You couldn't have done... So you could have done any of these four bosses first, and then after that, you could have gone to any of these bosses too, I think. Blackrock Foundry was such a baller raid for that. Oh, dude, Blackrock Foundry is like a all-time great raid. Yeah. Wait, I just realized that. This guy's... All these guys are like fake mobs. You can just walk right through them. Just like any other WoW character, you can just pass through them. Except for the fucking crafting order guy. This guy's built like a house, bro. You get stopped. Bro, he's fucking sturdy. This guy's sturdy as fuck. Can't walk through him. Crazy. Max, what dialect did Hans and Franz have in the Blackrock Foundry in English game version? I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. Chat's saying Austrian, though. Dude, Blast Furnace was such a dog shit fight, by the way. Just random Blast Furnace flame. That fight was not good. Max, are there actually 2 raids in War Within? Nah, this first one is what they do in every expansion. These are just like the world bosses. Kaz Algar is like the name of the continent or whatever. So like when you look at Dragonflight, it shows the 3 raids, but it also shows the Dragon Isles, and it shows all the world bosses. And when you look at Shadowlands, Shadowlands will show you all the world bosses. It's the same thing. It just has like a part of the journal just for the world stuff. Oh, someone in YouTube chat honked. They remembered that they're geese. Max, do you think releasing 2 raids at the same time would be hype for a race? So we actually had this conversation recently because Tier 11 and Cataclysm just came out. And there's 13 bosses in that raid. In that raid tier, but it's like split between the 3 raids, and the tier's over when like you kill the 13th boss, and it doesn't matter the order. I don't know if that would be good. I mean, I'm down for something being different, but I don't actually know if that would be an interesting viewer experience. Because the reality is, there would still be the same amount of hard and easy bosses. So, like, you'd do, like, the easy bosses in one raid, and then you'd go do the easy boss in the other raid, and then, like, it would just be like doing a normal raid with flight time in between them. And maybe the thing that you would find the coolest is there would be 3 distinctly different art styles. What if they did it in a way where there were 2 end bosses? 2 end bosses in one tier could be interesting. I mean, they just did it in this last tier. It would just be like this tier. It's like what they did in Tomb of Sargeras. Tindril was harder than like every single end boss has ever been in this game, except for maybe like one of them. So you just have to ask yourself, did you enjoy the fact that Tindril and Fyrak were in this same raid tier and existed back to back? And then that would answer your question of whether you wanted 2 end bosses or not. Although that isn't exactly the question you would ask, because Tindril and Fyrak are both 2 of the hardest end bosses ever. So you're not only asking if you'd want 2 end bosses, you're asking if you'd want 2 of the harder end bosses ever. So you're basically asking yourself, like, would you rather have like Tindril and Razageth or like Sarkareth and a Tindril, you know? Sarkareth and a Fyrak. Just a touch of Denathrius and another boss, you know? I don't think it would play out any different than a regular tier. You just have one raid that didn't have as hard of a last boss, that's all. It would just be split. I wish we got more mini raids like Crucible or Trial of Valor. Yeah, I wish they did more like Trial of Valor stuff. I think Crucible was a failure. Right? Almost no one interacted with it. It released 2 months after Battle of Dazar'alor. Like less than 100 guilds or something had cleared Battle of Dazar'alor, and only like a few guilds even got to attempt the hardest difficulty of Crucible, and the heroic version of Crucible was maybe the easiest heroic thing ever, and it gave bad loot, so like there's almost nothing redeemable about Crucible of Storms. But Trial of Valor was excellent. All 3 bosses were great, and it was accessible, and it came out at a time when people could do it, because the raid right before it, Emerald Nightmare, was super easy, so everyone was done. I mostly just want smaller, more frequent raids, I think. So no 13 boss raids, or no 10 boss raids at the beginning of a season. You'd rather have a 3 boss raid, and then a month later there's a new 3 boss raid, and 2 months after that there's a new 3 boss raid. Something like that. I could get behind that. It's a kind of a different way of looking at it, but I think they could make that and have it be good. But I also just don't know how that would be much different than now. First bosses are such a waste. Yeah, but like first of all, a lot of people like first bosses because it's just like easy loot and they look forward to them. But yeah, if you did that like 3-boss thing, those bosses wouldn't be super easy. They would all probably start at like the Naimu Laredar difficulty. Could be fun though. See, I am the opposite. I want a 12 to 15 boss raid at the end of an expansion to make the content drought for raiders only not feel as bad. Oh, that's insane. I mean, I feel like a lot of people would hate that. Because they still want to, like, finish the raid and move on. Right? But you're basically saying, instead of doing a 10-boss raid at the end of the expansion, do a 20-boss raid. So basically 2 full raids, and it's just expected that it's going to take you the long content drought to do it, rather than do the Season 4 thing. Right? They've never done that before. You guys might be like, well, they did that with this raid. No, they didn't. They've never done that before. They've never done like 2 entire raids with 2 full end bosses. Nothing. They've done nothing close to that, yeah. Max, your stream is the only stream which doesn't work on my Amazon Fire TV stick. As soon as I start your stream, the screen gets frozen. Throw it away then. Get a new one. Get an Apple TV Plus thing. I have a couple of those in my house. I like those. Sounds like the Amazon Fire TV stick is ass. It's the 1440p diff. Oh, that's probably why. Amazon TV trash. That's your boss? Hmm? Oh, because they own Twitch? I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do? I took your advice and tried Jersey Mike's. It was pretty mid. Ain't no fucking way you just said that. Ain't no fucking way you just said that. That's not true. That's fake. Bro, Jersey Mike's is so fucking good. I'm not even sponsored by them anymore. I don't give a fuck. That place owns. That was actually I think my favorite sponsor ever. Because you get sponsored by stuff sometimes, and like usually it's fine. It's like a good product or whatever. Bro, I fuck with Jersey Mike's. Yo, I haven't had Jersey Mike's in a long time though. There's one really close to my house too. But I've been very strict with my diet for a long time. I have like pre-portioned meals I eat every day with exactly the right amount of stuff. Bro, I haven't had a cheat day in a long time. Like 2 months. Did you already review the new raid bosses? No, I haven't. We could do that one day on stream. Not going to do that today. Max, with all your content on PodEC, I would love to see opinions / tier list on what a new class should be. What? Tier list. Like what class? Bro, people have been saying Tinker for like 6 years. I think the tier list thing is what threw me off. He wanted an opinion on when they should add a new class or what it should be. But like a tier list is that's what confused me. I don't know. I don't think this game needs any more classes actually. Maybe that's a hot take. I think keep the classes we got and make them better rather than make a new one. Until we feel like we're real confident with all of them and then do that. The game needs another support class or at least another support spec. I don't agree with that at all. What class would you delete? What class in the game could you delete? I don't know. Evoker? No, I think Evoker's really good. Like, I think Aug's a problem, but, like, I think Devastation and Preservation are so good. I think deleting Evoker would be... I think Evoker's not the worst class in the game. I think that's a good class. I don't know, man. Every class has their place. I don't know if there's any class in the game I'd want to remove. Maybe that's an argument that they should keep making classes. I mean, they don't make a class every expansion, right? It's like every other. I think that so far has worked out pretty well. DH? Oh, DH is great. I mean, if you wanted to, like, take an easy answer, you could say Demon Hunter, I guess, because, like, you delete the least amount of total specs by deleting a Demon Hunter. Or if you feel like this game has too many specs, you'd want to delete Druid, because with one class deletion, you get rid of 4. That's value. Hot take, 4th specs would be cooler than new classes. Facts. I think I agree with that, actually. Adding specs onto classes that already exist, doing that the right way, I actually do agree. I think that would be better than a new class. I think that would be really fucking cool, actually. You don't have to do an extra spec on every single class. You don't have to make fucking 14 new specs or 13 or whatever. Just, like, pick specific ones. People have wanted Demon Hunter to have a 3rd spec for a long time, just because I guess it only has 2 and people feel like there needs to be 3. I don't know if Demon Hunter needs a 3rd spec. I think the 2 specs make a lot of sense. I don't think Demon Hunter should have a healer. I don't think they should add any more support specs. And what would you make a ranged Demon Hunter? Like, okay, maybe. Definitely don't need to add any melee specs. There are way too many melee specs in this game. Did you guys know? Since this is actually okay, so this was true before Evoker came out, but did you guys know that there are less range specs in this game than there were in Classic? And there's like 5 new melee specs or something. Like, it's fucking insane. And I think Devastation actually... Oh, no, okay, so there's not less range specs. Now it's the same amount of range specs because we lost Survival but gained Devastation. And Aug's kind of its own thing. That's not true because of Evoker. Well, I mean, in my defense, I did say this was true before Evoker, before I said anything that I just said, but yeah. Yeah, the, what 4 specs? People really want Shaman Tank? What's the lore behind that? Earth? Well, you can just cover yourself in rock and tank things? Fuck yeah. Okay. You guys like Shaman Tank? I'm trying to think of like wacky ones. Like Melee Mage doesn't work. Melee Warlock doesn't work. Melee Priest doesn't work. But I'm also thinking the game doesn't need melee specs, so maybe I'm just cooked. Make Necromancer. Add a Warlock spec, make it Necromancer. Oh, I fuck with that. I think it'd be hard to differentiate that between Demo because both would be like specs where the whole bit is you bring out a bunch of demons that do your damage, except Necros would just be a bunch of skellies and golems and shit like that. It would just be Demo with skeletons, yeah. It would be a Death Knight. You'd make a Death Knight Necromancer. Oh, maybe, yeah. So make a 4th DK spec that's like a ranged Necromancer. That would be fucking sick. That would be fucking insane. Make a ranged warrior spec called like Amazon. You fucking throw spears and shit. Ranged warrior. I'm just thinking of Diablo classes now, right? Diablo 2. Bard? What is Bard? Oh, you make like a 4th hunter spec and it's support Bard. They like play a little harp, make you stronger. Bro, support classes, I think I'm okay with support classes. As long as their damage is properly accounted for in logs. Which sounds like a crazy thing to ask for until you remember that it literally was and worked perfectly fine until it broke. And then it's just been broken for a year. Like, it just worked fine. Like, logs accounted for Aug's damage almost to perfection with very, very small things that didn't work with it when Augs came out. And 10.1.7, it's just been broken ever since. Didn't they break it on purpose? No. I mean, conspiracy brained, you can think they broke it on purpose. But I don't even know why that would be the case. Like, if it was broken on purpose, why release it with it fully functioning and then making changes to make it more further functioning? They've also talked about in interviews how they are trying to fix it or whatever, but yeah, that would be a huge conspiracy take. The guy who made Evokers and made the log hooks work, his name was Graham Berger. He worked at Blizzard. He did a bunch of interviews about Evoker, and then he quit. And it's been broken ever since. Who knows? What is it? I thought they outright said they don't want people caring about Aug's damage. No, I didn't. So I think what you're referring to is details. Like, details for Augs doesn't work, but logs are supposed to, and they did used to work perfectly fine. I think that's just like a general statement. I don't even think they've officially said they intentionally are making details not work. It sounded like a tech limitation to them to do that calculation in game. But I mean, you could also conspiracy brain think that they don't want it to work on details on purpose. You could think there's a decent chance that's true, actually. Because it may not be like they have a solution and they're just not using it because of that, but like because they don't really care, they're actively not developing a solution for it, right? It kind of goes both ways. Max, would a support spec with Monk work that specializes with Chi-Ji? Oh, absolutely, yeah. You could use the August Celestials to empower your allies. You could use them to... You could use the Ox to empower your tank, the Yulon to empower your healer, the Crane to empower range DPS, and Zwen to empower melee. You could absolutely do that. Why did Berger quit? I don't fucking know. Who knows? Have you guys ever quit a job? I don't know. Sometimes you're looking for like some career advancement. Maybe get a better job. Nowadays, it seems like you just hop jobs all the time. Well, at least until this most recent job market. Isn't like the current job market extremely cooked? Like, isn't trying to find a job right now like unreasonably difficult? So maybe that whole like jumping jobs every 2 years thing is more like something that happened before the pandemic. Bro, before the pandemic, like no one my age stayed at a job for more than 2 years. Like you went for somewhere for 2 years and then you just like applied somewhere else. And it wasn't because you hated your job. It was just like, it's just easier to get a raise by changing companies and positions rather than advocating for a raise within your company. Or what you would do is you would basically apply to another company with the exact same job and then go to your boss and be like, hey, this company wants me to work there and do the same thing I'm doing for you, but for $30,000 a year more. I would like to stay here. Do you guys want to pay me that? And if they say yes, then you just got a raise. And that's the best way to argue for a raise, when you have someone competing for you and giving you value, right? And anytime two people are competing for you, it's going to work out better for you, which is did not work out well for companies because companies like having that power over you, right? But now it appears that it's harder to find jobs, and less of that is happening. Dude, we got to feel like the prize ponies one time for that. When our Complexity contract was up and Complexity was trying to sign us, another org was trying to sign us, Liquid was trying to sign us, bro, that was so nice. Getting taken out to dinner and shit. Complexity bought our entire guild. Herman Miller embodies. Got fucking people out. New contract offer every week. God damn, that was a fucking good time. How much longer on the Liquid deal? How long have we been with Liquid? I actually don't know. So it was like before Sepulcher, right? And Sepulcher was in 2022? Officially since January 2022. Okay, so we've been with Complexity for 2.5 years. So our contract is like half over. I wonder what our value will be at the end of our contract. Or usually you start renegotiating like a year left into your contract. So much has changed. The Race to World First has only continued getting bigger. But also, esports is turbo down bad, just in general. So, the Race to World First has not lost its value. In fact, I believe we are profitable with our events. We bring in more money than they cost. Which there are not a lot of things in esports that are profitable. But no esports orgs have any money. So that part's bad. But interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna guess. Well, also this is like years from now. I wonder if esports bounces back. I don't know. I think like esports. I can't imagine esports actually being a profitable business until they solve one thing. They based all of this off of the sports of like regular sports, right? Like the contracts, the teams, they even Overwatch League and COD even try to do some city-based stuff with stadiums and stuff, events, ticket sales. They even made like League of Legends tried to make their shit look like Sports Center, just some like crazy looking. I don't think gamers ever cared about that, but that's not really important. Here's the main thing. So the reason why sports are worth a lot of money and those leagues are worth a lot of money and the players make a ton of money is for one real reason that does not apply for esports. You have to pay to watch sports. You have to pay a cable bundle to have access to that TV channel. You have to, in some sports, you have to pay-per-view. You have to have a streaming service. And those rights deals to show the games that are being played on TV are worth billions of dollars because of the amount of people that watch them. Something that's unfortunate about esports is people are used to watching them for free on Twitch. You can play ads, but it's not like the deals that are being signed to air these things on exclusively Twitch or YouTube or whatever are anywhere close to the amount that is on the linear TV networks for the cable bundle or for streamers like YouTube TV and stuff like that. Hulu. So, unfortunately, esports initially like built their entire model off of that with the small problem of where they make all of their revenue, no actual gamer is paying to get anything to watch that. They're watching it for free. So, big problem. And then to make up for that, they were propped up by venture capitalists for like 10 years. More so like 5 years, especially through the pandemic. They were like the darling thing to invest into. That money's all dried up. You're not finding any smart venture capitalists investing in esports nowadays. It is officially taboo. It is no longer the hot thing to spend your money on. There's still a lot of money in gaming, by the way. Gaming publishers and all that. Those guys are fucking raking in money. Bro, microtransaction phone games are actually just built with money. But, yeah. And then you saw them propped up by that. And then the VC money dried up a little bit. So they went down further and just took any crypto money they could get. All of the orgs did that. Most of that have fallen off. Some orgs were smart enough and got more sustainable crypto sponsors that were less sketchy. Shout out Team Liquid and Coinbase. And then now, that money has seemed to dried up even more, and now you have orgs signing on to Saudi money. So Saudi's doing this like Esports World Cup, and because everything else dried up, these orgs seemingly feel like they have to take part in that to make sense for the growth of where they're going and stuff. So the reason I'm talking about any of this is where are we going to be in 2 years when we're negotiating our new contract as a guild? I don't know. Where are we going to be in 2 years? The Saudi stuff is not a great direction, IMO. Yeah, fucking no shit, man. What is it? You better be signing with Liquid again or I'm gonna have a crisis? Yeah, we love Liquid. Liquid's been great to us. Hammer machine. What is it? Is it weird for a part owner of Liquid to be negotiating against the company? Well, I'm not like... I mean, that's not really how stuff like that goes. So, like... if we're coming to like re-signing deals, like we're gonna want to sign with Team Liquid before going somewhere else. Like we like it here, right? We've had a good relationship. When we signed with them, they gave me some equity in Team Liquid. But also like you're doing yourself an entire disservice by in that re-signing process, not entertaining any other offers. The only way you're going to get something competitive for yourself is if you have multiple parties bidding for you, or else the person who has sole like arguing for you, right? Like they just have an unreasonable advantage and can screw you, right? You have to always put yourself in a position like that, or else I would be doing everyone in the guild a disservice. What is it? What if some other org offers you a lot more and Liquid can't match it? I don't know. Then you have a decision to make. What do you think? Right now, we really like Liquid, but you know, sometimes you gotta make the best deal for you. We really liked Complexity too, but Liquid had a better offer. And as far as the equity, I'm not sure. There's no like rules against that, but I don't think my equity in Team Liquid, because it's a privately owned company, I don't think that matters until Liquid decides to go public or sells that. But if they asked me to sell them back my equity if we chose to go with someone else, then you would do that, I guess. I have no idea how stuff like that works, to be completely honest with you. What is it? Liquid would make a better deal for themselves if they could. It's not a disservice to both sides. Yeah, absolutely. That's just how stuff like this works. Like, you could sit there and be like, oh, well, like, this company's done so much for us, we're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, I mean, that's, in this world, that's how you get absolutely bent over. Everyone knows that. Would fan reactions and preferences play a factor in deciding if you stay or leave in that scenario? I guess so. Probably a really small one. Like, I'm trying to think about it with regular sports. Like, if I'm a player and all of you guys followed me and you were a fan of me, and then I had a choice to sign between, like, two teams, and you all absolutely hated one team and absolutely loved the other one, like, yeah, it would definitely, matter that, like, which one. But that's not really how this works, right? Because, like, no matter where we go, we're the same team, right? Like, there's a really good chance that you guys who are a fan of us now, if you like us, would be a fan of us wherever we went. When the Race World First would come around, you'd root for the same team, stuff like that. Signing with Echo, that's definitely not gonna happen. I mean, that like literally makes no sense. Streamers also have much more interaction with their fan base than sports ball players. True. No esports org would sign competing teams. Well, I mean, they just couldn't afford it. Like, Echo as an org right now, to sign us, would have to pay us twice as much as what they pay themselves. That just doesn't even add up. Or more. Or else we wouldn't accept the offer, right? What is it? So how does Echo survive? Is Scripe just out there hustling sponsors from every company? I have no idea how any of their shit works, but yeah, I mean, that's something that is nice for us that I don't envy from them, is like, I think Scripe and Roger have to be much more involved with the, like, everything, like the merch angle, the talent angle, the, like, who's casting your race, the just everything. They have to have their hands more in everything, where, like, for us, it's just like, I don't know, Team Liquid, like, partners with Star Wars and Marvel and shit. Like, they've got us handled on the merch. They've got us handled on selling sponsors for the race. They've got us handled on everything like that. They have an entire legal team to handle any contract related thing. Like, I don't want to ever think about any of that shit. I want to do what I do best, which is do raid stuff, and I don't want to worry about anything else, right? So I wouldn't want to do any of that, but also, you know, you can potentially keep more profit, I guess, if you do it all yourself, but also you have to learn more about that stuff. I have no reason to do that. What is it? Echo isn't as entertaining. It has nothing to do with Echo being entertaining. It has to do with the European and American market. You could average just as many viewers during the race, and if one of your audiences is North American and the other one of your audiences is Europe, you are worth significantly less money. That's all it is. A lot of times, like, marketing in America is this super optimized, super broken, hyper efficient model. And in Europe, a lot of times when you're working with a certain company like Logitech or something, you're not even working with, like, Logitech. You're working with specifically the, like, German branch of Logitech or the French branch or the UK branch. They all operate separately and have access to much less budget, and therefore your marketing, a lot of people in Europe speak different languages. Some of them speak English, of course, but, like, a lot of their local advertisements that you would see on Twitch or whatever are actually in their native language. So, like, it's much harder to get advertising done, where, like, all across America, it's all the same language. There's just a million things that point to it that I'm sure someone knows a lot more about than me. I can just tell you that If you are getting paid to advertise something for a sponsor and you are advertising to North American viewers, you are worth a fucking mountain of shit compared to the European equivalent. Max, would you spend money to try and get Preach on your cast? Bro, Preach has tried to come here multiple times. He is like, hey, I'd love to cast for you guys. He said that publicly. He said that to me. I let our event guy know that. Preach gives them an offer for his rate, and it's just, it's probably too much or whatever, and then our guy says no. Or something, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know offers have been made, and he has said that he would want to come here. I think last time he said he wanted to come here, and they had something going, and then he was like, I want you to also, like, house my wife and kids here for the whole time or something, and, like, that drove the cost up, and they didn't want to do it. I have no clue. I'm not a part of any of those discussions. I give them, like, preferences on who I think we should get, but, I mean, like I said before, I want... When a race is about to happen, it turns out I want absolutely nothing to do with what casters are a part of the race, how much they're getting paid, and any of that. I don't want anyone to even talk to me about that. I would be so mad if someone brought that up to me. What does it make sense that he would want that, and it makes sense that Liquid wouldn't want to pay that? Yep. Both people arguing for their own best interest. Amen. All negotiations. It also makes sense if you're a caster too, like regardless of like money, to want to cast on Echo versus us too. Like I know this has been the reason some casters have made their decisions. If you're casting for Echo, you're like the main thing, right? Like you are what most people are watching, and for us you are secondary, right? The casters are significantly less viewers than my channel, right? There's a lot of things that go into that. Let's see. I've turned down jobs for companies that I've wanted to work for because we couldn't agree on terms. No hard feelings. Yep. Such is life. What is it? Why does Liquid just not eliminate the casters since most people don't watch? Seems like a money waste. Well, some people... So I do think there is a reason to have casters. Like... So when these companies are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to be the sponsor of the Race World First or something, they're expected to do like certain ad reads and stuff. Like it's not just, hey, put our logo on your screen. Like you do activations, you do little segments that are like the Jersey Mike's listen in or whatever, or like there's a million things like that those companies really care about, and you need to, like, let's say they pay you a couple $100,000, right? They're going to want some examples of what that money has gone into. I promise you they're going to be a lot happier about what they paid for if they see some nice professional clip with like a caster talking about their product rather than like some stupid gamer, which we're not going to do that in the middle of our broadcast. So like that's a big part of it, I think. And also I think casters serve a good purpose because I think a lot of, especially newer Race World First viewers, like if you play WoW and know what you're talking about, you know what you're looking at in a raid, the vast majority of those players prefer to watch my stream or any of our player streams because you can hear us strategizing throughout the entire race about how we're going to do what we're going to do, and that is all of the content. Not to mention some people are funny sometimes and say some stuff and it's entertaining, but like you get to hear the strategy, right? We don't mute any of it. So that's what people want to watch. But if you're newer to WoW or just whatever, and you're not going to get a lot out of that, you would probably much more like a caster breaking it down to you in more simple terms so you can follow along better with what's going on with a more simplified like user interface on the screen too, right? Both of them have great value, right? For different people. That's why you would still want to have the casters. What is it? I don't give a fuck about the strat and I still love this more. Interesting. Is it about hearing the people interact then? Probably. Oh yeah, watching a caster stream when you're on pull 100 and there's not a lot more strategizing. Oh, there's a ton of strategizing. I would say like, bro, there's like 2 modes of us in the guild. There is like actively problem solving in between each pull, and then there is pure despair and all of us wanting to die. And that is you just pulled, didn't fix anything, and are just pulling again. Even if we pull a boss 400 times, it is extremely rare for us to ever be in the I want to die and we're not changing anything. Even if we're 300 pulls in, there will be something in between the pull that we learned and are changing, or else we all want to die. Then it feels like you're progressing for no reason. Jailer? Yeah, we hit that point on Jailer, but that wasn't a problem-solving problem. That was a bunch of people being at this awful facility with horrible food and just being somewhere that wasn't your house for 30 days for some of them for the first time in their life. The vibes were just atrocious. It had very little to do with the actual raid. We almost never get like that under any circumstances. Let's see. I love hearing how bad that venue was. Bro, it is so much worse than any of us have ever made it sound. The only reason we didn't talk about it at the time was like we just signed with Liquid and we didn't want to like do our first race with Liquid. And also whenever you lose, you never want to like say if anything is wrong, because even if something is bad and wrong, you're not even saying, hey, we lost because of this, but people will always take it like that. When you lose a race, you have one option to say like GG and you move on. And people are like, oh yeah, good competitor, whatever. If you literally bring up anything that was annoying, people will fucking drag you for like, they're like, oh, excuses. Like, bro, no, we're just fucking saying what happened. We're not like saying we lost because of this, right? And we just signed with Liquid. So like, we don't want to like sign with Liquid, lose our first race, and then just be like, yeah, well, this event was awful. It was fucking unbelievably awful, but like we didn't want to seem like ungrateful. But like once we actually got to play at the facility here, which is where they told us we would be for our first raid, Sepulcher, but it wasn't ready in time. The Diffie. But yeah, that was every race we've ever been to, the venue we were at was a benefit to us and helped us, and that raid it was a detriment. We would have played better if all of us just stayed home, which is crazy to think about because I think we play significantly better when we're all together. Max, why did you not fix the food situation after realizing it was so bad? We did. We replaced our caterer twice. Real story. The person who managed the facility actually got in a fight with our second caterer. They asked them why the food was cold. And they got in a fist fight before we started raiding one day. The beginning of the thing. Sucking hype. It was a nightmare, man. What is it? Gotta say, though, the everyone in one room vibes when you killed Anduin were insane. Yeah. What did THD link? Oh, are you linking the burger? I'm not even going to check what this is. I'm just going to open it. Yep, that was burgers that they served us. I don't remember if this was our first or second caterer, but this was just our lunch for the day. Let's fucking go. Cold as ice, by the way. Is there anywhere where to read a whole account of how that venue went? I would love to read a whole thing. No, there isn't. And you want to know why? Because if there was, we would just get shit on for that because people would say that we were trying to make an excuse for losing, especially if we released that at the time. And then releasing it in the future would just be like, why are you still talking about this? So, no, there's not a full account of that, just from hearing us talk about it. Dude, like if a raid ends and you don't say exactly just GG and nothing else, you get absolute shit on. I remember there was this Dryny tweet. Bro, I should find it. It's like the most reasonable tweet ever. It is like, we got done with Razageth. I think it was on Razageth. And he was just complaining about how unfun it was in that raid to feel like you weren't even really progressing. You just progressed into an unkillable wall, and then they nerfed it to be killable, and how frustrating that was as a player. Which is not only unbelievably true, but super fucking, like, just, like, inarguable. And Echo felt the exact same way. He was just making a blanket statement. Bro, if you go back and look at the comments of that tweet, he got so much hate from Echo fans. Because they're just like, just say GG, bro. It's like, you can't say anything. Like, when a race ends, you can never say anything about anything else other than GG, or you are making an excuse and are a loser. Yeah. Isn't that basically every race? No. Not at all. Go look at my most recent tweet. What'd you tweet, Dryny? Oh, the burger again. Which boss kill has been your most memorable? So good. The Wildcard Gaming Opulence video. I'm just gonna fucking let it play. Let's fucking go. Five PUVs. "15 pulls." Is this satire? No. Bro, we're a minute into the video. This is still the intro. We're still going. By the way, this was just the fourth boss in the raid that died in 20 minutes. And both their guild and our guild killed it before you got the raid, right? Because it's just an early boss. By the way, you think the video's about to start. Nope. Second intro. There's more. All right, let's go through the whole raid at 2 frame rate. Let's fucking go. How did we get here? right. We're 2 minutes and 18 seconds in, and the fight just started. All right. And then we get to the end, and there's some crazy, crazy tech. All right. So, where do they do the... They do some forbidden... First time this has ever been done tech. You guys haven't even seen the best part of this video yet, bro. Here it comes. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is, bro. And then he picks like a random EDM song that like sounds nothing like the epic cinematic music he's played so far, even though this is the end of the boss. Okay. Wait for it. You're right. He did do that. You're looking at 3 POVs mashed together where you actually can't see what's going on any of them. You can't... Look at this. There is... The top of someone's POV. And then the middle one is a different point of view. It's a different point of view than what you see at the bottom, as you could tell. It's very hard to see. And then the middle is like a mashup of some other random person's POV with some shitty dubstep. I forgot it does this part too. Oh my god, the fucking split screen, bro. You can't even see what his character's doing. You can't even see where he's going. Like, yeah, it's incredible. It's good. Or, okay, so is this really, really bad? Or is this person just a visionary? You know? Like, no one knew to do 2-minute double intros before him. And the split screen truly has never been done before in WoW, right? He's a pioneer. This guy's the Steve Jobs of editing. You just haven't given him enough time yet. Max, at least Wildcard Gaming had a great logo. The W and C and the G are all in the same letter. Dude, shout out Wildcard Gaming or whatever their guild name was at the time. This is actually a true story. They so when we got banned in Tomb of Sargeras, they banned like a bunch of guilds in Nighthold and they didn't ban us. We like got away with it. Or so we thought. For selling stuff for money. Everyone sold a ton of Nighthold runs for money and all that shit. Every guild you've ever heard of did it. Anyways, we all got banned, and then we got banned like a little bit later. And they were like, okay, they banned us. We can find a way to get these people some characters. So we did like some account sharing to get some characters around, and then some of those characters got banned. And then they got banned a third time. And then a fourth time, we had players make new characters, and like they still got banned. And we were like, why? How is this possible? Like, this makes no sense that they would know that we're doing this. And then we found out years later that from screenshots from an officer who was in this guild at the time, that they had an insider at Blizzard, and they were feeding them all of our battle tags and our character information for the people who were like ban evading. Because like other people were doing this, but only we were getting banned for it. And we're like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And we found out later from an officer that joined us for a bit, they had screenshots of all of this, and this guild was getting all of our players banned for a while, which was all that's fine, whatever. It's a little annoying, but the funniest part of all of that is they ended up killing Fallen Avatar before us because we took 18 days off to re-level new characters because we kept getting banned. So we stopped raiding for 18 days. We were world third on Fallen Avatar, but then we never got to kill it because we got banned. And then they ended up killing Fallen Avatar before us, and they were all yelling like, yeah, US first after, we're going to get US first. So we didn't raid for 3 full weeks, 18 days off. And we still came back and killed KJ before them. So they literally got us banned with proof. And thought they were going to get their first US first. And we took 18 days off to deal with it, not knowing at the time that they got us banned, and still beat them to the last boss. That is tough. That's a tough look. What is it? I would have to disband the guild after that. Yeah, that's when we got Lip. Lip was playing in that guild, and we finally got Lip after that raid. All it took was a little... was all that. That's when we got Lipper. Tomb of Sargeras was also another interesting raid. In Tomb of Sargeras, we recruited a healer recruit in a Nighthold farm to be our... He was like kind of like our 5th healer. He wasn't one of our main 4 healers, but he played a specific class in case we needed it. And a couple of our healers kept having internet issues in Tomb of Sargeras the following raid after he like was in the guild for a little bit. And then he was turns out he was DDoSing our healers. We had our 5th healer was not getting enough raid time, and anytime he was not in the raid comp, he linked our healers a keylogger one time, and one of them clicked on it. The one who kept getting DDoSed. And yeah, our fucking 5th healer would knock him offline, so we had to bring him into the raid. Fucking Jesus. Dude, like, if someone told me that happened in their guild, I wouldn't even believe them. It, like, sounds unbelievable, but it's actually true. We have, like, fucking... He admitted it. We have a Trill and Refute. We're in a friend Discord of him where he was openly talking about doing it for some reason. Like, really dumb shit. But, yeah, fucking crazy. When did this happen? It happened in Tomb of Sargeras. I feel bad, though. I mean, he's still, like, in the WoW community. I think he plays Classic now. I didn't really hold it against him that much, to be honest with you. Like, we were already, like, banned that raid anyway, so, like, it was kind of just, like, a lost tier for us. But he, I mean, he was just a kid, you know? He was just a kid who did something stupid. Like, I remember when we brought it up to him, dude, he was, like, fucking mortified. He was really upset. The way he reacted to it was, like, very, very young kid. The DDoS was on Argus, though? Wait, was it Haunted? Was it in Antorus? I mean, you were the one getting DDoSed, so I fucking... Wherever you said it happened is when it happened. That guy that mod in my chat, Haunted, was the healer that clicked on the link and was getting DDoS, so he definitely fucking knows. Might have been multiple times, but that's when Refute found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I remember what it was. It was in Antorus where you were getting DDoSed, but that guy was with us ever since Nighthold, and remember Nori had really, really bad internet connection in Tomb of Sargeras, and we were thinking about replacing him? And then we found out in Antorus that he was doing it to you, but then we were like, wait, he might have been doing this in Tomb of Sargeras as well, because Nori had awful internet, and it makes exact sense that he would have also done it then too. So they might have done it for 2 whole raids, which also means he might have gotten away with it for a full raid before he got caught. So if you want to take anything away from this, if you're ever unhappy about your raid time, guys, it's always an option to DDoS your teammates. Just remember that. Nice little first time message. Are you gonna do something? Welcome to the stream. By the way, just so I can cover my my tracks here. I am kidding when I say to do that. Like, definitely don't DDoS your teammates. I know that's probably a joke that you all understood, but I think it's a felony to do that, and I don't want to get caught up with any, like, I'm telling you all to commit felonies thing. Right? So, like, just so we're perfectly clear, don't commit felonies, right? Like, don't do that. Felony bad. Too late? Already doing it? Oh, man. Dude, I bet YouTube chat would commit felonies and not even give a fuck, by the way. If we're keeping track. YouTube viewers are a different breed. Yep. They have their fucking full name in YouTube chat. Motherfucker just type named Tommy Alexander. Jesus. Bro, imagine you're just listening to this like passively and you're not thinking about that, and then just someone just says your full name on stream. That's gotta be so weird. Bro, you guys gotta change that right now. Wait, someone just typed in my stream with the Raider tag, which means that's someone who joined my stream for the because they were in someone else's stream who raided me. Who the fuck raided me today? Where did you come from? But you're also a sub. Did I get raided today? If I did, I totally didn't even realize it. I don't even know who did it. I feel bad. Dude, who the fuck raided me? Where were you that you... Answer me. Answer me. Kyrasis raided at one point. Oh, he said Kyrasis? Oh, that's sweet. That's so sweet. I like him. He's smart. God, I hate... guys, I hated that draft today. Every single pick, I felt like I just had bad choices, man. I think if we're going to do a snake draft next time, we need to pick a topic that has more than, like, 2 good selections. There were truly, like, 2 good selections. And that... Let's see. Nice to see you. I'll raid you. I'll raid you so hard you won't forget. What the fuck? Huh? Dude, I actually really like Dratnos' idea, by the way. Dratnos' idea was snake draft, where you create your perfect WoW spec. There's 5 categories. There's movement ability, offensive ability, utility, raid buff, and there was like one other thing I forget. And then like it's like a mix mash of a bunch of different classes and stuff. So like every time you do it, you have obviously 5 rounds. You have to pick one of each, and like who drafts early? Do you take like combustion early? Right? And let someone else take, like, Death Grip for the utility plus, like, Ice Block, you know? Or Blink, you know? Blink for movement. Like, you know, do you prioritize movement and cooldowns later? It's actually... that sounds really fun. Is this for PvE or PvP? I mean, what do you think? How often do we talk about PvP on this channel? Combustion, Ice Block, Blink. Seems like we already have a BIS spec. Yeah, but like, you have to rank it against other people's. Like, there's 5 different people choosing. right? And everyone's going to come up with a different thing. Maybe someone just has mage with death grip, but that's not nearly as cool as a, you know, class that has like Army of the Dead, but also some crazy movement skill, but like an immunity and some other shit. And it's like, oh wait, that's actually cooler. Right? I like it. Sounds interesting. Spirit Walker's Grace Disc Priest for ramps would be insane. Oh, true, yeah. Should do a make the best Mythic Plus team with specs. Make each spec a certain point and give everyone like 10 points. So you can do that, or you can just do a draft, right? Like you can do a draft for 4 people and you're doing 5 rounds and you have to draft a Mythic Plus team, right? And then how important is that, right? So like Vengeance DH probably goes number 1 or number 2. But like you're going to have to create a comp without, right? Like do you take a tank early? Or like do you think the difference between like the 2nd and 4th tank actually isn't that big, so you actually focus on DPS first, or you take a healer in round 1? You know what I'm saying? That could be super fun, man. That might work better with an auction draft. We thought about doing an auction draft, but we came to the conclusion that we would never be able to have Dorky understand how it works. Like, you just wouldn't be able to do it. We would have to do something else. It would be fun to compete like that on a tourney realm with the snake draft. Like if you could get 15 people. Oh, so you do the snake draft and then you don't have chat vote. You actually get people from chat to play the specs. And then you have them all do a dungeon of the same key level and see who wins. Now we're cooking. Now we're fucking cooking. Each person logs on WoW and creates a group finder, and you're not a part of the key, only viewers, but you try to just get the best viewers you can for each individual spec, and then you're going to screen share them, watch them on stream. Dude, this is a fucking insane idea. This is an insanely good idea. We should do that, definitely. It's like Fantasy Mythic Plus, yeah. The only problem is I have absolutely no idea what classes are good or bad. Like, I'm so disconnected from this season. So, I mean, I know, like, what the best comp is, I guess, but... Max, do the draft but choose players? Nah, you'd have to have a bunch of players involved. Classes are more interesting. Get Dorky and Growl to help. They would be a part of it. Dude, holy fuck, this idea is insane. By the way, you guys want to know something funny? I'm going to screenshot something. I'm going to show you our call from earlier with all of us in it. Okay. This is my Discord other monitor right now. Okay. What do you guys notice that's weird about this Discord call that we're in? Oh, that's right. Dorky's still in the call. He's there right now. He's just in the call. He has not left. It's been hours. Join it? Okay. Hello? Hello? Ooh, it's It's a ghost. Dude, I bet he's so fucking scared. I bet he's fucking freaking out. Headset off, out of his chair. Nah, bro, I bet he's sleeping with his headset and now he just woke up from a scary dream. Because I just scared him. Alright, anyways, I'm bored. I'll see you guys tomorrow.